radio stations, or any entity associated with a contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Hoblet's Wrap the Year Up sales event?
Right now, you can save up to $13,000 off MSRP on brand new 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cabs. Plus, no payments for 90 days. That's the brand new design, and no payments until March of next year.
Wow, I've heard the tech upgrades are great, plus the return of the Hemi, right?
Yep, at Hoblet, you can get the new Ram you need your way. You can either save up to $13,000 off MSRP or save $7,000 off MSRP and save thousands more with 0% financing for 60 months. Everyone said the 0% interest rate was gone, but not at Hoblet.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
13,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 1500 Laramie after 6,000 factory rebates and 7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,000 holiday select inventory, 500 on the job upfit, must show eligible upfit. Special 0% for 60 months in lieu of rebates. No down payment required on approved credit with 700 plus FICO score. 1666 per thousand borrowed. 10 at the net savings. See dealer for details.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time from the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140. your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. We made it, people. Man, what a week. We made it to Friday. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us today. And you know what? I got one thing to say. Can't stop, won't stop. We are not going to stop, people. We are going to drive this bus as fast and as pedal to the metal as we can. Because we deserve better. We deserve more than looking up after making a sandwich and seeing, oh, okay, the Kings are down 20. They are at the point now where it's just check-in, right? Who's out there just, I'm just locked in. I'm locked into every minute. It's check-in level. That's how it even felt in the building. It's check-in level. Let me check in. Let me go get some, because I'll tell you what, the carne asada fries, Golden One Center, I think it's on the 100 level, because I know it's on the same level as the media, the media area. Those carne asada fries, the best thing the Kings got going right now. All right? And I know Frankie and the crew, Frankie, Brendan, Matt George, they all got ice cream. My guy Jeremiah, they all got some ice cream, the soft serve. Soft serve, go get you some soft serve. Go get you some carne asada fries in whatever order. We don't judge. All right? That January 24th date for my suit, my text, I got to make it. We don't judge. But whatever order, it's about that time. And I did the same thing with the Giants. It's time to go finally figure out where the crab sandwich is at Oracle Park, right? Because you never know where it is. I don't know what level it's on. Last time I did Uber Eats, they brought it to my seat. I felt very uncomfortable. That's where I'm at. Okay, the Giants are out of the playoff race. Let's just go see. Let's go have one of your kids slide down the Coke bottle slide. That's where we're at. Now is the time to discover all of the things that Golden One Center has to offer. Then you can just check up, look at the score. If they get close, go sit back in your seat. If not, let's see what else is out there. By the time you finish the season, especially you season ticket holders, you should have been to every single vendor in Golden One Center. That should be the goal. Whitey has his checklist. Okay, Whitey has his checklist to watch, your watch list when you watch games, and you can do that too, right? But this is a good thing, people. You can get so much more done. It's like background noise now, right? You know, if you, that thing you've been putting off, right? You don't need to sit down and completely lock in. And I know Maximd Raynaud has been playing outstanding, averaging 13 points since he entered the starting lineup. But you can get a lot of stuff done, right? Your Christmas list that's coming up, you can make sure that gets handled. You got to send out your holiday cards. I know we just sent ours out. I know that can get handled because you don't have to sit here, especially not in the second half, right? Actually, let's flip that. You could pay more attention in the second half than in the first half because at that point, at least you got some youngins in there. Because we kind of got duped by the Neek Clifford thing. Again, it's the opener thing. It's Dylan Cardwell. It's Drew Eubanks. Neek Clifford. And I told y'all, hey, don't fall for it. He's gonna be playing, but he might be kind of doing the rookie thing, not really looking for a shot. And that's exactly what happened. Right? Didn't help that going into halftime. I think even maybe after halftime, he was sitting at 9 minutes, something like that. And then the game was over. Of course. So then everybody can play. And I'm going to tell you this right now because I don't want anybody to ever think that anyone is off limits. It doesn't matter if we have spoken to people that know a certain player. It doesn't matter what is the theme of this show every single day? Compartmentalize. I can compartmentalize that I like X person or I like X player. But when it comes down to evaluation, I owe it to you, the listener. I owe it to you, the viewer, to give that real. And the reality is, Keon Ellis hasn't had a lot of opportunities. That is true. The reality also is Keon Ellis has not shot the ball well. That is also true. He got opportunities early. Doug went to him before Malik Monk, and Keon was bricking out here a lot. And that's the truth. So you're going to have opportunities. If Keon came out and was hitting those open shots, right, that would have been an opportunity for him, and Doug gave it to him. We had a lot of talk about Keon this week. A lot of talk, right? We had claims, we had debunking, we had disputing, we had refuting, and Keon gets the nod before Malik Monk, one of the rare times that has happened, and Keon did not come through. That's the truth. So just because I think Keon should be playing more. Now, can we sit here and say, hey, well, he hasn't been playing a lot. He's got to get his rhythm back, and that's probably true. But I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not going to say anything about Keon because he's had a rough go. Compartmentalize. Multiple things can be true. Keon hasn't had a lot of opportunities. Last night he got one. Now, that isn't why the Kings lost, but the Kings were in that game early for about, felt like 7 minutes, but they were in the game early. Keon got the nod. Keon was getting open shots, and he missed them. Nobody right now is doing their job on that team. Nobody in that locker room is doing their job on that team. It is you do not know what's going to happen each and every night. I'm telling you right now, you have no clue. Devin Carter, towards the end of the game, as we saw, it was a lot of the bench warmers, but all you can do is do what you need to do when your number is called. And it was really nice to see Devin Carter. You know me on this show. I've been it seems like the lone voice out here in these Sacramento streets talking about Devin Carter. So it was good to see him. And the first thing I see, as Matt George mentioned that Devin Carter had 13 points? Well, he's playing against scrubs. What the hell do some of you want? What do you want? It's The Notebook again. Can't get away from that movie. What do you want? You just want to be sad? You just want to be annoyed with the team? Then cool. But sometimes you don't need to spew that stuff to everyone. Devin Carter has not. They went to Dougie McBuckets. Kyle texted me. Kyle shot me a text. I was at the game, and Kyle, a lot of times, Kyle and I normally, it's pretty important, fairly important if we text, right? There might be some small talk. Hey, happy birthday, happy Thanksgiving, something like that. Most of the time we're talking through Twitter. I got a text from Kyle saying, are my eyes okay? Will I be able to come into the show tomorrow? Is that Doug McDermott coming in before the halftime ends? Is that Doug coming in before Devin Carter? Is that Doug coming in with Neek sitting at that point? I don't know. 5 minutes played. I don't know if he had come back in yet from when he started the game. So all this stuff is happening, and I will never tell anybody how to fan. I don't do that. But you got to check yourself a little bit on this stuff because it's going to be a hell of a long season, even longer than it's already been, if you can't even get happy for a Devin Carter who has not had any time because your first thought is, well, he's playing against scrubs. Okay. If he wasn't balling out, then you'd say what? Well, he's not playing well. What do you want some of these guys to do? We talked to Sean Cunningham yesterday, and Sean was basically breaking down that he feels for some of these players. And again, there's somebody out there that's being cynical, saying, I could never feel bad for a millionaire. And I probably agree with you to a certain end, relatively speaking. I feel bad for them in the basketball sense, right? I don't feel bad when I see what they're doing in the offseason, and they got the G5 jet. I know that when we looked it up, there's a G8 at this point. G5, that was when I was in high school.
There's at least a G7.
There's definitely a G7. So it's different. When I say feel bad, and I'm not going to speak for Sean, but when I say feel bad, that's in the basketball sense, right? I don't know what they got going on in their life. All I know is we in a different tax bracket, okay? So we're just going to leave it at that. But these guys are all trying, and that's what Zach LaVine has been saying. He didn't play last night, but they're trying to make this thing work. That's all they can do. So when I look up and I see Devin Carter, 21 minutes played, 15 points, 5 of 10 from the field, 3 of 6 from three-point range, and there are people out there saying, well, he did it against scrubs. You know what? Then don't watch. Don't watch. Because you just want to be upset, right? You just want an excuse to be upset. Dougie only got 3 minutes. Precious got 10. Malik Monk got 30. He got 18 points. You never know what's going to happen with Malik. And eventually, Keon did get it rolling, but to be honest, he got it rolling once the game was pretty much over. He was only 1 of 7 from three-point range. He was 3 of 9 from the field. He played 31 minutes. So us, all the Keon truthers out there, we got to wear this. He did not play well when it mattered. He did not play well. That's the truth. All right, Devin Carter was a +2 on the night. Devin Carter was the only positive on the team besides Precious. Precious also was a positive at +2. Precious only played 10 minutes. So Keegan, 1 of 5 from 3, still struggling a bit. Maximd Raynaud, 37 minutes played. Are they all pretty? No. But he's out there doing his thing. He's trying. I'm trying, Jennifer, just like CJ McCollum said. Russell Westbrook, 27 minutes. He had 17 points. DeMar DeRozan, 11 points. And by the way, burying the lead, DeMar DeRozan, 26 on the all-time scoring list. He passes Vince Carter, so congrats to DeMar DeRozan. We get caught up in a lot of this with where the Kings are going. By the way, new Sam Amick just dropped. Sam has been on the heater this week, and I appreciate it. I spoke with Sam for a good bit yesterday during the game, and man, that guy, he just teaches you a lot. He teaches you a lot about the industry, a lot about the game. So I appreciate the time that Sam always takes to kind of chat with me and just talk about the state of the state and, the Kings, whatever it is, fatherhood. So I appreciate Sam Amick, man. So DeMar DeRozan, he passes Vince Carter. He's 26 on the all-time scoring list, and that's pretty cool, man. He did it in a Kings uniform, right? Russell Westbrook, we've had... When we play the end of the season montage that Kyle is inevitably going to create, there are going to be some cool notes.
I don't know, dude.
No, you have to. You have to dig as far as you can dig, Kyle. Kyle, you're going to be pulling up Maximd Raynaud career nights. It's going to be so random.
Here's the thing, though. I think I would have a better chance of making it, as of right now, an end-of-year video with stuff that got cut last year than I would being able to make an end-of-year video from what has already happened this year.
I hear you.
It's just going to be Debanza highlights.
No, just stop it. Just stop it. Well, look, if we get the top 3, I'll tell you what. That's what I'm looking forward to. Our lottery party that we're about to have that our boss still doesn't know about, the lottery party and the actual draft night extravaganza. The 2 of the biggest events that are going to have happened at Sactown Sports 1140.
Look, I'm a giant nerd, and I can get down with a NBA draft lottery party. I love being nerdy about the lottery, but I also love only being nerdy about it in May. My guy, it is December.
I'm just saying. I hear you. I'm saying on days like this, right, we're going to talk about the game a little bit. Devin doing his thing. DeMar DeRozan gets to 26. But ultimately, we got trades and we got draft talk. That's what it is.
You know what I'm going to include in the end-of-year highlight? Jokic hitting 36.
And by the way, I'm done. I keep telling y'all, I don't know if it's going to be. That guy has found a way against the Kings to get his numbers in the first half because they're still destroying the Kings. And by the way, I told you to stay away from that Jamal Murray. They gave Jamal Murray a discount on one of the apps. They cut it from 24 to 20. Okay? And I said, don't do it. He's not going to need to get to 20. I told y'all that. So I hope you listen to me. He was working for the man last night. He scored 11 points. They didn't need him.
I cannot believe this. I'm just looking at the stat line again. 36 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, shooting 88% from the field.
That's crazy. I mean, at one point, and it was early in the possession, they matched Russ up on Jokic. It wasn't a switch.
Yeah.
It wasn't a switch. I mean, what is going on here?
I saw it was in the first quarter. They had Precious Achiuwa guarding him, and I was just like, what are we doing here?
Well, it felt like that was a choice. They swapped it, and Maximd was guarding not Peyton Watson, because they had Peyton as a guard, by the way.
It was Spencer Jones or whatever it was.
Yeah, the creative player who just spawned Spencer Jones, who probably was a plus on the night, by the way.
Valanciunas was 7 for 7 from the field.
Valanciunas took that 3, and nobody was in his zip code, and I knew it was going in.
We have the meat.
And he's playing. He's doing his thing. So the game is the game. I believe last time I said we were done with the Nuggets, a game just appeared on the schedule. So I think we're done with the Nuggets unless another game just appears on the schedule. So the game is a game. We'll talk a little bit about it and what we were able to pull from it. We do have Christie's cuts, and he did get asked about Devin Carter, so we want to hear him.
By you?
Well, it wasn't by me.
But you planted someone to ask about
trust me.
Devin Carter.
One thing I do know, people be listening. That's what I do know. But as we kind of continue on, here's Friday, Kyle. I got to stay. I got to stay on the good side of things. All right, we trying to make it through.
What's the question, Alan? I don't know what you're referring to.
This was just a legendary week, by the way. But as we continue on, crazy ESPN trade that does not net the Kings, Jonathan Kuminga, but they are included. This is from Bobby Marks. So we have that for you. As I mentioned, the new Amick just dropped. Okay, Sam Amick dropped. It's like a new Music Friday.
We need some kind of like music bet. I don't know if it's like the SNL Lonely Island guys. We need something for Amick dropping.
I might get in the booth and make one. New Amick just dropped. Brendan Nunez can help. He used to rap back in college or whenever it was.
He did what?
Oh yeah. Oh, there's lost files out there.
Have you heard these?
I have not. Because he's got him locked up tight.
Ugh.
But we might need it might have to be Brendan featuring Matt George. And I'll be the producer.
Of Amick.
New Amick just dropped. So we have all that information for you. That's at 11 o'clock. And we kind of cleansed the palate a little bit because Joe Burrow said some things as we get into, obviously, Week 15. Kyle, I'm surviving. Baker had a good enough game, so I'm surviving in my playoffs so far, even though that game, wow. I mean, Todd Bowles, close spot in my heart because he's got connections to Temple. He used to coach at Temple back in the day, and I don't think he's on the hot seat or anything like that. I don't really know what the plan is in Tampa with the Bucs, but that was actually terrible. I don't know. Even though Baker threw that pick, even so, Kirk Cousins, I mean, he balled out.
But he didn't get my half a rushing yard.
No, I told you not to do that. But he would have got over the passing yards because he was balling. Kyle Pitts looked like that first year where he had a breakout season. And that was a terrible loss, by the way, for the Bucs. I mean, that was a disaster.
Yeah.
That was a complete disaster. And either way, Baker would have had to, if I win this week, Baker would have had to ball out the next week. But at least it keeps him hungry. And you know what I'm done with, Kyle, talking about banned? I'm done with Baker's rushing yards because very similar to the Kings.
Banned.
Yeah. Very similar to the Kings and how they decide somebody's going to take all the shots that night. It feels like Baker has a preconceived thought whether he's going to run or not. And last night, multiple opportunities for him to run, and he just decided not to. Mike Evans, I kind of feel for Mike Evans. I know he had a really, really good career, right? An outstanding career. But man, oh man, that guy, I'm trying to compare him to a basketball player because he had a good career, but it also was kind of riddled with injuries, or it has been the last 5 years. Kyle, he can't get through a series without something hurting, aching. He's in, he's out. Whoever is his fantasy owner is probably just filled with anxiety every single weekend.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, who is the guy who was just wide receiver 7 for like 12 years?
Yeah.
Like, is going to be a Hall of Famer, was never the best in the league, but was always like 7th best. It's kind of DeMar DeRozan now that I'm talking about it.
But DeMar, right. But DeMar, I think the difference is if Mike didn't have the injuries, he'd probably be in a different echelon than DeMar. And DeMar hasn't had those injuries.
This one's, again, baseball's not the best comparison, but the one I always think of is he's kind of like Paul Goldschmidt, where it's like he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, but you don't really think about him as a Hall of Famer.
Right. When you're going down the list of guys in your era. By the way, and I have always said this, I mean, he essentially, no disrespect to Johnny Football, but he kind of got Johnny... He kind of got Johnny his career.
Oh, not only that, he also had Cliff Kingsbury owes that man a chunk of his career earnings. That dude got Cliff Kingsbury the Arizona Cardinals head coaching job. Him and Pat Mahomes.
That dude got Cliff Kingsbury wherever he was staying on that island once he got fired from the Cardinals job.
Yes.
Like, Mike Evans deserves a room at that island house whenever he wants it from Cliff Kingsbury.
Yes, him and Patrick Mahomes, just by proxy, Cliff Kingsbury owes both of them so much money.
And he's still doing it. He's with Washington now.
Yeah.
So he's been doing it.
They're talking about him for head coaching jobs.
Yeah, because Mike Evans was a complete dog. And, great career. It's just watching him, not even just fantasy-wise, just as a fan, you're thinking, man, he fell, and then Egbuka got in the defender's face. And I'm thinking, yeah, it was an up-under tackle, but you can't look at him differently because he's old. And speaking of, with Phillip Rivers possibly going to start, I was watching something this morning saying, I don't want to see Phillip Rivers get tackled. That's going to make me feel uncomfortable. Like, what do you do if you're – we've all seen this on a certain level, right? Back in the day, because Kyle, you're a hooper. When the older person wants to hoop, and the question is, do you defend them as hard? Do you kind of just let them rock? What do you do? If you are a defender this weekend, and what do they have? The Seahawks, it's going to be raining, and the Seahawks are just absolute dogs the way they defend. Are you cracking Phillip Rivers the same way you would crack a 25-year-old QB?
Here's the thing, Allen. Again, Phillip Rivers was my childhood favorite player because obviously I'm from San Diego. I felt sad watching Phillip Rivers get hit his last year on the Chargers. That was 6.5 years ago.
Yeah.
What is going to happen to that man who has not done traditional football training?
Yeah.
In 5 years.
I mean, and also, I know there's familiarity there, but how bad is the QB market? I mean, my goodness. Not even Cam Newton felt disrespected. There's a bunch of other quarterbacks that should feel disrespected.
Well, I guess the reasoning is and Phillip said it in one of his pressers I was listening to, is he wouldn't have just come back for any job. It was specifically Steichen, who was his old quarterback coach.
Yeah.
And B, apparently for his high school team in Alabama, he was running the Colts offense and was meeting with Steichen every other week to talk offense.
I mean, I hear ya, but if I'm Desmond Ridder, hey, man.
Desmond Ridder, my guy.
Malik Willis. Isn't he a free agent?
No, he's on the Packers right now.
Is he the backup?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we see him once every couple.
He won 2 games earlier this year.
This year? I thought that was last year.
It might have been last year.
Okay.
Who cares?
He did it. He did it.
The thing is, he's good. He's a good backup.
If I'm Taylor Heineke, what do I got to do? Huh?
Yeah.
What do I have to do?
That's a good one. By the way,
man.
This is the other thing, though. There has to be another quarterback on the depth chart for the Colts. How do you think that guy feels?
Yeah, I know I saw Anthony Richardson just appear, right? He just appeared, but he was in shorts because that's how we always see Anthony Richardson, in shorts.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way. Brett Rypien, remember him? He's the backup for the Colts. How do you think Brett Rypien feels about Phillip Rivers coming in and taking the starting job?
And he has one of those names where, is it Rypien? And he probably grew up thinking, they're going to know my name. And nobody still knows how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, but at least we know who he is.
Yeah.
Because of that one season he started for the Broncos.
By the way, the Kings fall to 6-19, tied for the second worst 25-game start in franchise history. So you got that next time you are playing a little bit of trivia, just in case you were wondering.
Which, again, I know I've done this before, but I cannot stress enough how crazy that is. The 1959 Rochester Royals had 60% of the team retire after the catastrophic injury that happened to the star player. I'm trying to remember his name right now. But anyways, 60% of the team retired. The team was 1 day away from folding as a franchise and had to field a team of entirely rookies. It was Mo Cheeks, or not Mo Cheeks, Mo Stokes. He had a catastrophic injury. Whole team retired. One player and a bunch of rookies. That team went 5-20. This Kings team is 6-19. So even that team is the only one that is worse than this Sacramento team.
Kyle's favorite story, and that's Kyle's quota. Whenever we bring up a stat and how bad the Kings are right now, you will hear that story from Kyle. It's his go-to. And we are going to go to a quick breather. And when we return, we got more box score watching for you. And we also discuss a couple different pathways for the Kings to figure this thing out once they clear the deck. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Warrants reserved.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at HagenOaks.com.
Listen to the 49ers Red Zone Report daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder, thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration.
Thunder.
The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Game night in Sacramento? Light up your night at Revival at the Sawyer. This rooftop hotspot is where the city comes alive. Elevated vibes, stylish crowd, and the perfect view of the Golden One Center. Celebrate the wins, escape the chaos, and be part of the scene before, during, and after every Kings game. Revival, the place to see and be seen. When the final buzzer sounds, the energy doesn't stop. It just moves upstairs. Join fellow fans, stay close to the action, and make every Kings night unforgettable. Book your game day reservation at RevivalSacramento.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on YouTube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
From the 916, Devin Carter was just playing against Scrubs, bro. Simmer down. We got a basketball Grinch, people. I love the Grinch with Jim Carrey. That's my personal favorite. I know the cartoon one was good too, but I like I like the Jim Carrey in him. But we got a basketball Grinch. Devin Carter was just playing against scrubs, bro. Simmer down. No, you simmer down. You want to be grouchy. You want to be a curmudgeon. You want to be bitter. Then just be bitter, okay? But we don't all want to be bitter. You can be bitter, but we don't all want to be bitter, right? Do we think Devin Carter is going to be able to do this against the starters in the NBA? I don't know. He don't get to play against them. Again, I'm not going to beat the same drum. Less than 10 minutes per game in his career. But everybody knows it's not the Grinch. We got another NBA scout. Wow, I didn't know we had so many scouts in Sacramento. This is incredible. Are you guys going to be at the G League Showcase at the end of December? I'm trying to get out there. I'm trying to get it sponsored.
You want to go to Orlando?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out to Orlando. Because we got so many scouts. So many. All you got to do, the eye test is incredible with these people. It's awesome.
Well, it starts next Friday.
I'm going to go. I got to get the green light from the missus, but I'm going to go. So many NBA scouts. That's incredible. The Grinch scouts. That's what we call you. Okay? He was just playing against bums. Okay, cool. Don't think Devin's good? So this is what I'm taking away. Devin's not good, even though he's barely played. Keegan's overrated. Shouldn't have paid him. Sabonis is a bum. All he does is rebound. Right? There's just nothing. There's nothing. How did I turn into Kyle Draper? How did I turn into Kyle Draper finding the positives?
What's the question, Allen? I don't know what you're referring to.
How did I turn into Kyle Draper on this fine Friday? Because it just is, it's enough, man. Enough. The team lost by whatever, right? And we say, hey, Devin Carter played pretty good. No, he didn't. He played against bums. Okay. All right, the Grinch is here, right? And this is the 916. There's a bunch of Grinches out there. Don't be a Grinch. I know I say I don't police fandom, but don't be that person. You can. It's your prerogative. But it's Christmas time. What is the ghosts of Christmas past? The ghosts of Kings past? The ghosts of Kings present? And the ghosts of Kings future? All right? There are people out there that just want to say, hey, yeah, look at Devin go. No, we can't be happy about anything. So you shut up and stop saying Devin did a good job. I will find a reason to be upset about everything. Okay. You do it. I can't do that. My doctor be on me. I got high blood pressure. So I got to chill out sometimes.
You know.
I got to chill out sometimes. But you know what I mean? If that's your bag, that's your bag. Speaking of the box score, 136 to 105. Cam Johnson with 16. He's starting to find his way a little bit. Still not really shooting the ball too well. But that's the thing. Cam Johnson is a shady, 6'8". You know what I mean? And you notice it a lot against the Kings. Because, that guy is not 6'5". That dude's got, a good bit of size on him. He can get to the cup. He can do different things because he was still only 1 of 5 from three-point range. But he had a good game, 16 points. He had 3 rebounds and was a plus 17. Spencer Jones, no disrespect, I called him a creative player. 22 minutes, 2 points. He was a plus 25 on the night. He only took 1 shot, and he made it. 3 rebounds. Nikola Jokic, 29 minutes, 36 points, 14 of 16 from the field, 2 of 2 from three-point land, 6 of 8 from the free throw. That was the best defender. By the numbers, the best defender for Nikola Jokic last night was the free throw line. By the numbers. That's what it was. He was a plus 26, of course, a game high, plus 26. Jamal Murray, like I said, he was working for the man last night. 11 points. I'm telling you, Jamal Murray, I would not take him in prop talk unless it's a big boy game. Jamal Murray is, to be honest with you, and maybe the reason he's never been an all-star, Jamal Murray is the opposite of a stat patter. I really respect it. Jamal Murray is not going to go out there and point hunt, if you will, against a bad Kings team. He would rather just, and that's kind of his demeanor, he would rather just kick it. You know what? I don't really think y'all need me today. Here, Peyton Watson, take 21 points. And I told y'all to take Peyton Watson, by the way. 21 points, 7 of 10 from the field, 2 of 3 from three-point land. Jamal Murray said, here's 9 assists.
There you go. 11 points. I don't need to do anything against these scrubs. That's literally how he looks. Jamal Murray looks annoyed that he had to come to Sacramento. Why do we have to do this again? I don't want to be here. Here, Peyton Watson, go off for 21. Jokic, you want to do your thing? I'll just feed you. Here's 9 assists for you. I told y'all to stay away from Jamal Murray. He is a gamer, man. And these games are not conducive to how Jamal Murray gets down.
Jamal Murray was like, can I do a DNP tonight?
Literally. Why am I here? That's literally how he looked.
You think Bruce Brown can do it? Come on.
Jonas Valanciunas, you had Hunter Tyson, Zeke Naji. They both combined for 13 minutes. But Hunter Tyson did have 8 points in 7 minutes.
Ah, my boy.
Yeah, that is your boy. Jonas Valanciunas, 19 minutes, 15 points. Again, the secondary squad, we got you. Jonas took that 3 that is still singed into my mind. He was a +5 on the night. 6 rebounds in 19 minutes. Tim Hardaway Jr., plus 25, 11 points. He actually made 1 3 tonight, 1 of 6. The brother can't, I'm telling you, man, he's supposed to be a shooter. He can't shoot.
But he's doing something.
But he still had 11, 1 of 6 from 3. He is supposed to be a shooter, but it looks good when he shoots. It just don't go in.
He must be doing something.
He made 1 shot, Kyle, and the net didn't move, and then bricked the other 5. It's incredible. He's made this career out of supposed to be a shooter.
Wow, so I'm doing math here basically. So the Nuggets shot 49% from threes, not including Tim Hardaway.
Insane.
As a team, they were basically 50% if you remove Tim Hardaway bricking. And Cam Johnson was 1 for 5 too.
Yeah, that's crazy. But they don't need it, right? We could give our C- effort and we'll be cool. Bruce Brown, 26 minutes, 8 points, 2 of 5 from the field, and he was a +6 on the night. He missed a 3. Jalen Pickett, he's a guy, 25 minutes, 6 points, 2 of 6 from the field, 2 of 5 from three-point range. We already talked about the Kings a little bit, but the starters, 28 minutes for Keegan, 15 points, 1 of 5. He still continues to struggle from three-point range. And by the way, when we get to Christie's cuts on the other side, sounds like Keegan is playing hurt or dinged up. And my question is, I know Keegan wants to be out there because he's already missed so much time. We'll hear from Doug and then we'll discuss, but it kind of sounds to me, why, right? I know he wants to be out there, but why? If this thing is going where we think it's going to go, I know he doesn't want to miss this year of development. I get all that. I'm not saying to sit him for the season, but you can get right because I'll tell you this much. You're not winning anything if the team you're not winning any most improved anything, even if you ball out, if the team has 14 wins. You're not. So we have to keep an eye on that one. Maximd Raynaud, 37 minutes, 15 points. He had 9 rebounds. Look, man, he's doing his thing. He's doing what he can do. Russell Westbrook, 17 points, 5 assists. He had 3 rebounds. DeMar DeRozan is 26th on the scoring list thanks to an effort of 11 points in 21 minutes, 4 of 7 from the field. He did make a 3-pointer. He had 3 rebounds and 1 assist. Nick Clifford essentially, was not cardio, not a Snell game. 28 minutes. He was 1 of 8 from the field. 0 of 6 from 3. Man, 4 turnovers. He was a team worst, -29. So keep pushing, Neek.
He jumped into that starting lineup and thought it was his time.
But he really wasn't shooting. He did not shoot until the game was essentially over.
Well, because he didn't play very much early.
No, I hear you. It was all kind of backloaded. Precious, we talked about him and Dougie and Drew Eubanks, who's down to 4 minutes now, which we respected Drew, but we don't mind it, to be completely honest with
Once
you.
Sabonis is back, that's not going to be 3.
Yeah, him and Dario Saric going to be good old friends, I'll tell you that much.
And Doug.
They're going to know everything about each other. Malik Monk, 30 minutes, played 18 points, 3 of 6 from three-point range. These brothers shot 29% from three-point range. 29%. That's not good. They also, by the way, I know it doesn't matter now, what a terrible night for free throws. The Nuggets were 69% from free throw, and the Kings were 70%. That's terrible. That is awful. Devin Carter, he was playing bums. Yeah, whatever. 21 minutes, 15 points, 5 of 10. Let people be happy, man. 3 of 6 from three-point range. What was the? Let me ask you this, 916. Was the 3-point line different? Was the 3-point line different? when Devin Carter was playing? Were the dimensions the same? I mean, I'm just asking. He was the only positive on the team. All right. And other guys played against bums too. Keon Ellis, a -14, 1 of 7 from 3-point range. I mean, between Neek and Keon, 1 of 30. Actually, throw Keegan in there. I don't even know how they got to 29%. You throw Keegan in there, they were 2 of 18. 2 of 18 from 3-point range. That's not going to cut it. Keon, 3 of 9 from the field. He had 4 assists and 2 rebounds. So, yeah, another disaster class, but at least, the young guy. Because here's the thing about the young guys getting run. Oh, they're going to get run because the game is over at halftime. So they're going to always get at least half a game's worth of work. And that's where we can lock in. That's where, at least we know now, the game might start at 7. You can lock in at about 8:15, Kyle. You can get your food ready. You have more time now. At least we know you have more time.
I don't know. I like going to bed at 9.
Okay,
so
well, maybe you could DVR it if people TiVo, whatever you need to do. Kyle doesn't even know what that is. On the other side, we got Chrissy's cuts. Let's hear what he had to say about the guys, and we have your calls, your texts. By the way, Tony Hinchcliffe, 1 o'clock, your last chance. They've been going like hotcakes. 916-339-1140, Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
My elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line, $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game and high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think Happy Honda Days. Let's explain. Happy is a good thing. We all like happy. Happy stands for quality, reliability, comfort, design, peace of mind, valuable resale, and a lot more important words. And days is how long you have to take advantage of Elk Grove Honda's 2025 Accord, Pilot, and Ridgeline year-end clearance underway right now. Elk Grove Honda is located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard, or on the web at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
Hey, Aggie fans. Coach Tim Plow here, head football coach at UC Davis. With our home victory this past weekend, we are hosting Illinois State in the quarterfinals this Saturday, December 13th at 2 p.m. The atmosphere was electric last Saturday, and we need your support again this weekend with a spot in the semifinals on the line. Show up in Shredville and cheer us on as we look to continue our path to Nashville. Visit UCDavisAggies.com for tickets and get ready to bring the energy to UC Davis Health Stadium. Go Ags.
I'm with Vince Bloom, the big deal guy at Folsom Lake Dodge. Vince!
Actually, this time of year, you can call me the Holiday Big Deal Guy.
The Holiday Big Deal Guy!
Because during the wrap-up-the-year sales event at Folsom Lake Dodge, you can save over $18,000 net savings off MSRP on a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4.
I'll take it.
And for a stocking stuffer,
keys to a Jeep,
a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S. Right now, I've got one for only $36,995.
That's why they call you the Big Deal Guy. So over $18,000 off a Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab
and a Jeep Wrangler Sport for only $36,995. But you'll only find these big holiday deals at one place.
That's right, only one place.
At Folsom Lake Dodge.
In the Folsom Auto Mall.
But online at FolsomLakeDodge.com.
RAM includes 9873 dealer discount plus 8207 in national stackable and holiday bonus cash. Then SN 667196. Cheap includes 4250 dealer discount plus 12750 in bonus national retail loyalty and holiday cash. Must be current owner of FCA vehicle to qualify for loyalty bonus cash. Then SW 543907. See dealer details, expires 1/2/26.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
We get to y'all. Had another texter, a different texter, by the way, different from the 916. I was double checking at first. Can somebody help me figure out if this makes sense? So 916 says, this organization is trash, but since it's Christmas, we should sugarcoat it? ? Get your panties out of a bunch, bro. Help me out here. Doesn't that sound like the opposite? Doesn't that sound like that's you, not me, right? Because it doesn't even make sense what you're saying. We're not even talking about the organization. I mean, we said Devin had a good game. So that doesn't sound like me. Sounds like you. Sounds like a little projection, if you will. Because, it is what it is. You can feel how you want to feel about the organization. If you are to the point that you can't even say, that you can't take any positives, then like I said, we are in, like Kyle said, we have fun about the lottery and the draft. It is December 12th. It is December 12th. So if that's how you want to approach it, cool. But my panties not in a bunch. I'm trying to have a good time. You're the one, no, we can't. We can't talk about that. No, he played bums. No, get your panties out of a bunch. That ain't me. I'm the one trying to say, hey, I think we could find this. And by the way, maybe it is because it's the holidays and I'm in a good mood. Because y'all know me. Normally, I'm the one doing a lot, okay? And again, I guess the definition of compartmentalize is not getting through. Because I can feel how I feel about what the Kings are doing and how the Kings got here, but I could also say, hey, a 23-year-old that hasn't gotten to play at all, it was nice to see him actually on the court, dust off the jersey, and have a good game. That's it. It's very simple. Sometimes you can just simplify a situation. It doesn't have to be, no, we can't like anything because the organization has made mistakes. But do you? Panties in a bunch. Do you? 916-339-1140. Let's talk to Dwayne, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Dwayne? What you got for us? Happy Friday, man.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man, I got 2 points. One, Phillip Rivers, man, if I'm Seattle, I'm bringing linebackers and corner blitzes from the first snap, bro.
See, that's messed up, Dwayne. He's 44.
No, man, we got to get him off the field, man. Let's see how
off the field,
that, bro. Let's get him off the field where he belongs, back on the couch with his grandchildren, man. This is hella dumb.
What's the second thing?
Scott Perry, man.
Uh-huh.
Look, he's hustling, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I knew he was a fraud as soon as I saw Westbrook and Schroeder, bro. He's ear hustling, bro. Now he's trying to ear hustle 3 to 5 years. Hey, listen, man, we can't let him do it, man. All he did was bend over Vivek. And I'm talking no Vaseline, no.
Not sure if we can do that one, Dwayne. Thanks for the call, though.
Sorry, Dwayne.
You dumped that, Kyle?
Yeah, we had to dump that.
All right. Yeah. we were on the line, crossed over.
Yeah.
You owned it, then you jumped over. You get back. It's like that Key and Peele skit. Just, nope, too many, too much.
That might be Dwayne's last call for a little bit.
We haven't done timeout in a while. People haven't been in timeout in a while. Dwayne might have to be in timeout. But
that's a tech.
There isn't really timeout on YouTube. So if you were on YouTube, you heard it. So look, I don't know. My whole thing about talking about Scott Perry ear hustling, 3 to 5 years, that's what it is though, right? If 3 to 5 years, if that's not what you want, then especially the 3. I get the 5, but if you're not ready for 3 years, then you're not ready for a rebuild. That's how I feel about it. And maybe you're not. Maybe you want to get Trae Young or you want to keep this thing going. But 3 to 5 years, that's kind of the standard when it comes to rebuilding. You know, we're going to get to all the Sam Amick stuff at 11 o'clock, and that'll give you kind of more of a lay of the land on where everything is right now. Let's talk to Al, who wants to talk the blame game. What's up, Al? Happy Friday. What you got for us?
I don't want to blame anybody. You know, it's one of those things where I hear us constantly, you know, Kings fans talking about who can we move at the trade deadline, who are we going to get rid of, and I don't know. I don't feel like Doug Christie's done a great job of coaching. I love Doug Christie, and I don't want to see that, you know, another coaching carousel for the next 10 years. Mm-hmm. But at some point, you got to kind of tell people, hey, we hold you accountable for, you know, the lineups you put on the floor. I'm not saying last night was bad because it was just they just lost, but to me, I can't figure out how Doug McDermott can't get in a game when we're shooting horrible threes. He got 1 3 off last night, and then he went back to the bench where, you know, he spent most of the season.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point, Al, and thanks for the call. I think the reality is it always comes back to what are you trying to accomplish, right? What does Scott Perry actually want? What does Vivek actually want? What are they trying to accomplish? Because if you are trying to win games, then you do have to hold Doug Christie. If you believe that this team is better than what they're showing, then you have to hold Doug Christie accountable, because that's why guys get fired, right? Guys get fired, coaches get fired because, hey, we think our team is better than how they're playing. And we think that you're not doing a good enough job, and they're not receiving what you're trying to give, right? That's why guys get fired. Okay, Mike Brown got fired because they lost, 5 games straight, and the management, ownership, whoever you want to call it, said, we think we're better than what the team is right now, so Mike, you got to go. If Scott Perry doesn't think that this team is better than how they're playing, then they're looking at Doug differently. And it feels like, this is all my opinion, got to be very clear these days, it feels like they're not necessarily looking at it saying, oh, come on, Doug, we should have won that one. Because Vivek was in the building last night, and he wasn't alone. I'll let you go do your own research, but he wasn't alone. So they're watching this disaster class. You know what I mean? They're watching this disaster class in real time. So I don't know if they're watching it thinking, okay, cool, Doug is playing the young guys, or if they're thinking, who was it? Who was a random quarterback that was there again? There was another random quarterback at the game. Oh, I think it was Will Levis again.
I saw that photo.
I think it was Will Levis. They always got Will Levis in the building. I think it was Will Levis. So
I guess they're playing the Niners, but why would Will Levis be at the Kings game?
He was there before. I don't know. Maybe he's a Kings fan. I have no clue.
I saw that photo that everyone was making fun of like, who the heck are these people?
So maybe they're just there to say, hey, go try the carne asada fries. Maybe that's just what it is. 916-339-1140. Kyle, is it Jamie or Jaime? Jaime wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Jaime? What you got for us?
Was good, Allen. Hey, I got to check out the game last night. I've been, lifelong Kings fan, for life. So, but yeah, man, it's been rough. We got a lot of work to do, especially, I love Sabonis, but coming off the Halliburton trade, coming off the Fox trade, I mean, we got a lot of work to do, but I think, I'm hoping the GM can really, pull some rabbits out the hat. So that's what I'm hoping for. But other than that, Raynaud looks cool. He got some length. He's wants to mature some more. I think we're going to be all right, man. But it is what it is, man. But love the show, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks for the call, Jaime. And I'm not just saying this because you said love the show. Now, it did help. But that was the most level-headed call I think we've heard so far, right? That was the most level-headed call. Not just comparing the callers today, just in general. Calls, texts, hey, we stink. I hope it works out. And we are seeing some good things. So shout out Jaime, who is leveling us all out as we get to the 11 o'clock hour. And you don't want to miss the 11 o'clock hour. Because when a Sam Amick banger drops on a Friday, it takes a while to get through all of it. And we have all of it for you. Domantas Sabonis, we tried to tell you, is he trying to stay or is he trying to get on out of here? Like I said, he loves the weather in Napa this time of year. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Tell me what's going on, Chad, for Hoblet's Wrap the Year Up sales event.
Right now, save up to $15,000 off MSRP on the brand new 2025 Jeep Gladiator Willys. You won't find a better combo of off-road capabilities and utility. And if you want to give it a try, you can lease one for as low as $229 a month for 39 months.
Ooh, I do love the combination of an off-road Jeep and truck. There's nothing else like it.
It's truly unique. But remember, Hoblet has whatever you're looking for. With the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, you can find over 200 quality vehicles and dozens under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Jeep Gladiator Sport S after 12,500 factory rebates and 4,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include 10,500 national and regional lease bonus cash. Must finance with Ally. Residential restrictions apply. 229 special lease with $995 due at signing for well-qualified buyers with 720 plus FICO score, plus tax, license fees, and dealer accessories. 7,500 miles per year, 30 cents per mile over. 2 net savings. Bin number 546-334, 546-335. See dealer for details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Okay, we are not going to make you wait because there's plenty to get into with this Sam Amick banger. But just before we do, yeah, we have confirmed. I told you, Kyle, Will Levis was at the game last night, and he's out for the season, so he's not even the backup to Cam Ward. But I don't know what it is. It's Will Levis and a bunch of guys I've never seen in my life, and it's on the Sacramento Kings account as Celebrity Row. I don't know who any of these other people are. I don't know if it's just Will Levis's entourage. Seems like a lot for his. He didn't get to the second contract, right? So did he? Or it's coming up?
It's only year 3, so there's still time.
Okay, so
that
looks like a second contract level entourage. First contract level entourage, you got to cap that at about 2 or 3 dudes. There's 7 other dudes. I don't know, no disrespect. If they're from, they play a different sport, or I know there's a bunch of MMA fighters out here. I don't know. But there's something going on with Will Levis and the Kings. I don't know if he is a part owner of something along with Vivek. I don't know, but Will Levis is always at Kings games, and it's very bizarre. I should say random. I don't know the connection.
He's never been to California. No connection to California.
No connection to California. He could spin it. Don't get me wrong. When he was at Penn State, he had that viral video. But Will Levis, Mayo Man, maybe he's just a Kings fan. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I've seen this brother at a Kings game before, and I was confused the first time I saw him. So Celebrity Row, brought to you by Red Hot Casino, and it's Will Levis and what could be other Titans players, what could be his entourage, what could be people that he does not know.
Or other celebrities.
That's what I'm saying. Other celebrities.
I genuinely cannot recognize a single person in this photo. I couldn't even recognize Will Levis in this photo.
I knew it was Will Levis from the Mayo commercials, and I've seen him before. Where? At Kings games. I think that's the last time I saw him, at a Kings game.
But why is Will Levis front and center on your terrible Celebrity Row?
That's what happens when you have 6 wins. Will Levis is going to headline your Celebrity Row. That's what it is.
I was so confused.
Will out for this, not even starter Will Levis, out for the season, already got Wally pipped. Will Levis is your Celebrity Row.
Yeah, Will Levis, why are you still on the Titans?
You know what, Kyle? You know what I'm about to do right now?
Raiders?
No.
Raiders.
Lord, no. No. I'm having a good day, Kyle. Are you ready for Will Levis to be once they trade Mac Jones, are you ready for Will Levis to be the next to go through the Kyle Shanahan last chance backup quarterback to Brock Purdy? A lot of people think it's going to be, who was it? Somebody brought up Zach Wilson, but I'm going Will Levis. It could be, why is he out here?
Because the Titans are playing the Niners?
He ain't playing. He's not suiting up.
What is he supposed to do?
Go home? Other than go to a Kings game and watch them. Maybe he's a Nuggets fan. I don't know.
How much do we think he got paid to be there? Was it just the comp tickets and you had to make your way out there?
I ain't pocket watching on that one. All right. We just had to have some fun because shout out Will Levis. Kings fan. We think. Maybe.
Well, we're rooting for him now.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever going to make it in the NFL, but we're certainly rooting for him.
Just need to, let Kyle Shanahan just start behind Brock Purdy. Just be the number 2. We'll figure it out. All right. Let's get to what Sam Amick had to say, and there was a lot. And what better way to end the week, by the way, with even more Kings talk as far as trades and all that jazz. So basically, Sam Amick is breaking down everything that's going on within the trade space right now, and he goes through Giannis, he goes through Kuminga, he goes through the Kings, and we have the Kings information for you right now. So we're just going to kind of parse this out and go through it. So the market may be bare for Kings veterans, so they may have to keep the old guys past the deadline. And here is the quote. As of now, Perry has signaled a commitment to retaining the draft picks that he hopes will play a pivotal part in their rebuild. If that stance remains, then there's a very real chance that this veteran core, Levine, Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, could remain past the deadline. On a related note, it should come as no surprise that Perry made a plea for fan and organizational patience when we discussed his long-term outlook recently. So that's how this whole thing kicks off. And I'm trying to tell y'all, and Sam gets into it as well, there's going to be a lot of names available. And when you're going down the list of names that are available, how high on that list are the Sacramento Kings and the group that they have of bad contracts and long contracts? That's kind of the issue, right? That's currently the issue with the Kings. There's just too many. There's too many. And this is something else that Sam had to say. Yet, as is the case with so many other teams, the reality of the market might provide a sobering dose of reality once we get closer to dealing time. There's a lot of other teams that have things that contenders would want. That's a problem. That is a problem when it comes to the availability. Everybody knows that the Kings have guys that are available. Okay, cool. There's something, I don't want to say something wrong, but there is an issue with majority of the guys that you are trying to move on from. Some have bad contracts. Some are 36. Some have long contracts that we're not willing to commit to. There's an issue with everyone, right? There's no premier, besides Keon. There's no kind of premier piece. And Keon, because he's only making $2 million, you're not going to get a player back of that same ilk. And then you have to decide, or a team has to decide, well, what are we willing to give up? Are we going to know that he's going to sign an extension with us? So that's the initial issue. Let's get to what he has to say about Domantas Sabonis. Domantas Sabonis wants to stay. Washington, Phoenix, and Chicago have been interested in him in the past. For Sabonis' part, league sources say the 29-year-old big man has heeded that call for patience. His contract runs through 2027-2028 with a combined $94 million owed in the next 2 seasons, meaning his market is inevitably limited by the sheer magnitude of the money owed. Teams like Washington, the Phoenix Suns, and Chicago have shown significant interest in the past and are still believed to be on his short list of possible suitors, but Sabonis is prepared to remain in a Kings jersey for the foreseeable future. He has been out since November 19th with a partial tear of his left meniscus and was scheduled to be reevaluated within the next week. That's a good reminder to get that update on Sabonis soon. So Washington, the Suns, and the Bulls. Those are the 3 teams that have shown significant interest in the past. But Domantas Sabonis, look, man, what did I say? I said the man loves Napa. He loves the grapes, Kyle.
Maybe he loves the Kings too, maybe?
Yeah. Sure. I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
I'm sure he does. He loves the Kings. Mm-hmm. Doug, we know he loves Doug.
Yeah. By the way, haven't heard much about that relationship since Doug became the coach.
It changed. You know,
Doug don't got time.
No,
like that.
No, I do. I would imagine that's just like with anything else, right? If you had a tutor, if you had they were kind of a teacher's aide and a tutor, right, in school to help you out with, for me, it'd be Algebra 2. You had that tutor. You had a nice relationship with the tutor. They helped you out, all of that. And then the tutor gets promoted and becomes a teacher. So the tutor doesn't have time to tutor kids anymore. And now you're just another student in the class. Yeah, they probably would say, hey, Al, checking in on you. How you doing? Got a quiz coming up, things like that. But you're not spending that time with them the same way. And that's probably what we're seeing happening there. So I was talking to somebody on social media about this because I read this as Domantas Sabonis is committed to staying simply because I just think he's committed to staying. But you had our guy, DeMarvelous, securing the Bagley. He hopped in and said, is prepared to remain the same thing as committed to staying? I would say no. I said, okay. And then he asked me if it was a question. Or he asked me, he said, I'm asking you as a question. I said, oh, my bad. I didn't read it like that. I hadn't had coffee yet. My personal opinion has always been he doesn't want to leave, so the wording isn't super important in my opinion. Right now, that could change, but that's how I've always felt. Until we hear something else, I just think Domantas Sabonis wants to stay in Sacramento. He wants to win, but he wants to stay with the Kings. They have a young child, but they got 3 now. They have a young child. They have their wine thing that they got going on. I just don't think he wants to leave.
Right, this is the Devin Booker thing. When you made the point with, I think it was earlier this year, where you were talking about Devin just wants to kind of chill and enjoy the lowriders. Yeah. He wants to win, but he wants to win in Phoenix.
That's right.
Domantas Sabonis really wants to win, but he wants to win in Sacramento, which is, again, a different phrasing, because then a fan might say, or even just anyone might say, well, you don't really love winning like that if you're not willing to jump teams to a team that has a chance to compete.
Don't make me bring up Dame again. You know I love Dame. Shout out Oakland, shout out the town. But I have always felt, and I would tell this to Dame's face, I promise you, if I ever run into him, right, we both in the East Bay, hey, Dame, how's it going? Let me get on the track, right? I got Brandon Nunez, I got Matt Giorgio. I want to get on the track together, and we can rap about Sacramento. But I would say to Dame's face, if I gave you choose serum, did you ever actually want to leave Portland? Because I don't think he wanted to. I think, and Dame, much higher on the star list, Dame and Devin, much higher on the star list than Domantas Sabonis. Dame felt like he had to leave because things had run its course, and hey, this is what stars do. LeBron did it, right? This is what stars do. LeBron did it. They all do it. Kevin Durant did it. Now, Dame, you got to do it. Right? So to a smaller scale, Domantas Sabonis, now you have guys that are saying, man, I'm making so much dang money, I'm not doing it. I'm not going. I'm Devin Booker, I'm making $60 a year, I'm not going. And I want to win, but I want to win here. And I want to win kind of on my terms, if you will. And if it happens, cool. But I am prioritizing staying and making a life and making a family and doing all these things in this city higher than I am. Hey, babe, you stay here in Napa. I got to be in Detroit to possibly win a championship. Every athlete is going to look at this thing differently, and there's nothing wrong with how any of them look at it.
Yeah, the Dame one is interesting because I do think at the time he was adamant about trying to go. I think if you were to ask him today, I think if he had to do it over again, he would do it differently, I think is different. Not saying he would stay in Portland the whole time. I just think the way in which he ended up leaving Portland and when.
You know what he could have done, Kyle? Honestly, he could have been, hey, if I can't get to Miami, because he wanted to go to Miami. If I can't get to Miami, then I'm not saying sit out with the Blazers, but he could have not. I know at the time it didn't feel like settling because you're pairing up with the prime Giannis, but he could have said, I don't want to go to Milwaukee, no disrespect to Giannis. Now, even still, let's look at it like that. If Dame stays in Portland, right, and it gets out that he vetoed or canceled a trade to play with Giannis, with none of us knowing what we know now, we'd say that dude doesn't care about winning. That dude just wants to rap and kick it in Portland. Now that we know all they did was win the NBA Cup and they couldn't even drink the Michelob Ultra because they were going to get made fun of, now we look at it differently. But at that time, he would have got destroyed for that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He would have been crushed if they had heard there was a trade to Milwaukee that was done and he said no.
To stay in Portland. And at that time, they didn't have Denny. They didn't really have that much hope. People would say, man, he just cares about money.
But right? Also, Portland wasn't really trying to pay him 4 years at $60 million a year like Milwaukee was willing to take on.
Yeah, let's keep going here. So that's the Domantas Sabonis piece of it. Keon, I know everybody is interested in Keon. We haven't talked about Keon enough this week, apparently. Look, there's a Kuminga quota. Apparently, there's a Keon quota as well, a Keegan quota. They all got quotas at this point. Keon still getting a ton of interest, but King's high price point could make an extension after the deadline more palatable. This is what Sam Amick has to say. Beyond Sacramento's core, fourth-year guard Keon Ellis remains the most talked about trade target among rival teams. Never mind that his league-wide value doesn't reconcile the way he's used by Kings coach Doug Christie, played 20-plus minutes just once in the past 11 games. This came out this morning, by the way, and had a DNP coach's decision in that span. The real question, however, is whether the Kings' price point for moving him will be so steep that it makes a deal hard to reach. It remains possible that Ellis and the Kings find a win-win proposition on the extension front. He's eligible as of February 9th. So here is a I guess a positive if you are in the camp of wanting Keon Ellis. I don't know that Keon will be happy, but this is what Whitey and I discussed on the afternoon show on the Drive Guys the day before Thanksgiving for our holiday special. If the Kings sit there and say, hey, Keon, we're going to clear this thing out, right? And on the other side say, Lakers, we need your 27th pick. That's the only we're doing the Trey Murphy thing for Keon. Now, if he keeps shooting 1 of 8 from 3, that's going to be tough, right? But we're going to do the Trey Murphy thing, relatively speaking, for Keon. We need, if you are a contender, we need a first pick. We don't care if it's protected. We need something in the 20s so we can take a shot on some 20-year-old, right? Because let's not forget, we have a lot to talk about when it comes to the Hawks tonight or today and how that kind of compares to the Kings. You know where Jalen Johnson went? And I vividly remember Jalen Johnson making, I think he made something like 23s in the NBA Combine. People, who is this guy? He ended up going 20th, Kyle. So keep that in mind. And he took that leap and look at the Hawks now. But I need your 27th pick. I'm sorry, no disrespect. We know Allen likes Dalton Connect on our flagship, but we don't care about that. We need 27. That's what we need. If you don't want to do it, then we will keep Keon, and we believe that we have kind of stymied the situation enough that Keon will not take a chance in free agency, and he will sign that extension, and then we can move forward with a core that is 25, they're not going to be able to move off of Zach LaVine. I don't believe. I know there's interest. We'll have that for you. It's more Bucks stuff. But Zach LaVine, it's going to be tough this season, this trade deadline. And Domantas Sabonis, you go into next season with Zach LaVine on an expiring deal, only 2 years of Domantas Sabonis back, Keegan Murray on his extension, Keon Ellis on a brand new extension, Nick Clifford with more time for him so he can not Tony Snell, and you go about it that way. That is a path. Or the Lakers say, screw it, we need him to pair with Jake LaRavia and kind of make our little mini dog pound out here. We'll give you the 27th pick. That's what it sounds like to me. The Kings are going to set the price tag pretty high and just see, is anybody willing to give us a low-level first-round pick? Is anybody willing to do that?
Yeah, the extension thing, though, I think when he says he's eligible for an extension beginning February 9th, I think that's an important note. But if I'm Keon, unless a Kings offer is somehow not going to be on the table in June, I would just wait to hit free agency either way and see what the market looks like, unless the Kings are offering you a deal in February that's not going to be on the table in June.
Look, going back to, it's tough, man, because here's the thing. If I'm Keon's agent, you have to be careful because Keon at this price point is not the same as Keon looking for a new contract. So when we spoke with, I don't want to get the name wrong this week, but we spoke with somebody earlier in the summer, right? It was a Bleacher Report writer, and they said, I don't know. And the same thing that Keith Smith said. We don't know if Keon is going to be in the camp of just a full-on bidding war for Keon. So for a guy like him that did come in as an undrafted free agent, did have to do the G League thing, it would be kind of hard, Kyle, to say if the Kings just give him market value, he's familiar with the Kings. At that point, maybe Malik Monk is gone. Maybe DeMar DeRozan is gone. By the way, I spoke to a lot of people last night. Let's just say there's a reason I brought up those names. If those guys are gone, and you're saying, here, Keon, here's market value, and two of the guys that are kind of in the way, if you will, are gone, Keon is, he can make a decision and say, do I want to start over somewhere else, right? And hopefully it works out, or do I want to take Scott Perry, who is known as one of the most transparent GMs in all the league? Do I want to take them at their word? Two of these guys are gone now, and I'm comfortable out here. And I know Doug likes me. Things have just been a little wonky. Do I just take market value deal with the team that I know, or go out there? It's basically, did they tick off Keon enough? Because I don't think the Kings are going to get priced out. How about that?
I don't know whether they will or won't. All I'm thinking is that if I'm his agent, I'm saying it makes sense to find out if you're going to get priced out of the market.
And maybe you're right. Maybe I got purple lenses on.
Yeah, like what's the point of signing an extension now just to find out that the Lakers were actually willing? Because remember, the Lakers are going to have a ton of cap space. The Lakers were actually willing to offer you $15 million a year.
And to that point, I guess it would be kind of wonky if he turned down the extension, but he could still sign with the Kings in unrestricted free agency.
Yeah, that's my point. Is like, unless for some reason the Kings are offering him less money in June than they would in February, I don't know why he signs the deal until he hits unrestricted free agency. And by the way, when I say unrestricted free agency, all this stuff gets tampered and negotiated behind the scenes before free agency actually ever opens.
Right.
So, like, he'll know by June 30th what his market value actually is. It's not like, oh, now we're in free agency and let's see what it looks like.
I'd argue, to be honest, and injuries I would say he's going to know by February. The only difference would be injuries, right? If there's a team, and that's the other part of what the agent might say. Here, it's your choice, and here are the pros and cons, and I think you bring up some good pros, Kyle. There's always going to be pros when you can get wined and dined and get recruited and hey, we want to see what you can do. But the other part of it is between February and honestly the finals, to be completely clear, is hey, this is what's going on. I'm not going to say a name, but another 3-and-D guy just went down, and now there's a new suitor because they're a contender and they think that you can help. So I hear you. On that, I'm trying to talk myself into the extension piece, and Kyle is saying, you're probably going to see what these numbers are about.
I mean, it's not that you're going to not sign him to an extension. It's just I think you're going to have to wait until June to get that extension. Mm-hmm. If I'm just playing this as his agent, right? Like, all things being equal, Keon probably is going to take the best offer on the table, regardless of what team is making that offer. Yeah. Now, maybe if the difference is like $500,000, maybe he says, I'll go back to Sacramento, but like, all things being fair and equal, he's probably going to sign with whoever offers the most money.
Yeah.
And unless you're getting some sort of market, like Malik Monk when he re-signed with the Kings, they were getting the market read that like only Detroit and maybe Orlando, if they lost out on KCP, they were the only teams that were interested, and they were getting the read that the Sacramento offer was going to be, at the time, better than Detroit, because Detroit was like a 15-win team at that point. So again, they were getting the read on the market. They signed the extension. Maybe the same thing happens with Keon sometime in June.
Yeah. Maybe it's just and it's a great call. Maybe it's just a situation where by the time things do open, if Keon does sign, it means that they had a conversation. And number one, and number two, here's another part of this too, Kyle. Going back to how people in the organization may feel about Keon Ellis, I do think it's interesting how much they'd be willing to move on from a piece, because Sam Amick says that they might go into the offseason with all these guys. If you go into the offseason with all these guys and, I don't know, the Hornets offer Keon the same as, and I know we had said contenders, but just hang with me here. The Hornets offer the same as the Kings. If I'm Keon, all right, you guys didn't move off of anybody. It's the same money, but I do want to play. I'm a competitor. I've been playing all my life. A lot of these guys, they've never seen a bench until they get to the NBA. Maybe Keon says, it's the same money, but you haven't moved off of them. So if I'm the Kings, do we buy out DeMar DeRozan, or do we make it clear to Keon, hey, we've moved off of one of these guys to make it clear to you that there will be opportunities? Because maybe it's more than money, or it's, hey, Keon, we're signing you for the same money. You might be on the bench, but we're signing you for the same money. And we saw how that has working out with Jonathan Kuminga, right? Hey, we're signing you for the same money, even though we still have a logjam. Keon and Zanger might just say, we're just going to go somewhere that is the same money, but we're actually going to play. Because then starts the clock for the next contract that Keon's going to want. And you're not going to one-up that contract if you're sitting on the bench.
I do think that part will work itself out only because unless they're going to sign him to the mid-level exception, they literally don't have enough cap space to sign Keon Ellis to anything more. So in order to sign him, they would have to move somebody, whether it's DeRozan, Monk, Schroeder, because Keegan's extension is going to kick in. They literally do have to move somebody if they're going to sign Keon to a lucrative long-term deal. So I think that will work itself out.
When we return, how about Zach LaVine? That Bucks interest, is it real? Let's hear what Sam Amick has to say on his banger. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Western Health Advantage.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-642-8855. That's 800-642-8855.
Now is the time before winter is full on in your kitchen to make sure your heat or your furnace is ready. How do you do that? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will get the job done for you like they did for me last winter when our system crashed and burned in the dead of winter. Check them out, leesair.com. Right now, get $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating does it all, and they've been doing it at a high level for 40 years. See how they can help you stay warm and cozy all winter at leesair.com. That's Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
There's the hard way to buy a car, and then there's the Hoblet way. Transparent prices, fast paperwork, and a team that's there to help, not hover. We've spent 77 years refining this process so you can get in, get out, and get driving with zero drama. Car buying doesn't have to be stressful. At least, not when you do it the Hoblet way. Experience the difference at HobletDodge.com. The easy way to buy.
Hey Aggie fans, Coach Tim Plow here, head football coach at UC Davis. With our home victory this past weekend, we are hosting Illinois State in the quarterfinals this Saturday, December 13th at 2 p.m. The atmosphere was electric last Saturday, and we need your support again this weekend with a spot in the semifinals on the line. Show up in Shredville and cheer us on as we look to continue our path to Nashville. Visit UCDavisAggies.com for tickets and get ready to bring the energy to UC Davis Health Stadium. Go Aggies.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Nine 916-339-1140. We're going through this Sam Amick article, and there's a lot of heat. There's a lot of heat in it, okay? So this is what Sam Amick had to say in regards to Zach LaVine. All right, if you're just now joining us, and a lot of this, the whole show will be up on YouTube, Sactown Sports app. And by the way, just shout out to people have been kind of DMing me. I guess I never thought about it like that, as I was joking about Spotify Wrapped, that I would be on somebody's Spotify Wrapped. So I really appreciate that for those who've reached out and said, hey, you're on my Spotify Wrapped. So thank you. And I know I was making fun of Spotify Wrapped, but when I'm on it, it definitely works. Real quick on the Spotify Wrapped thing, and I promise I'm done.
All right, 17.
I think the issue, my listening age was 17 because I listened to New Music Friday a lot. That's what I'm going with. My issue with new music, with the Spotify Wrapped, is that if I were an artist like Brendan Nunez or Matt George, I would not release anything after, I don't know, August. It feels like basically what I'm saying is when you go to your top songs and they're counting off your listens, when you go to your last song, that song was essentially on my summer playlist. So they start accumulating this stuff so early. And I know Drake was supposed to drop Iceman in the fall, but if you drop something in November or December, you're not going to be on anybody's Spotify Wrapped because it's too early for 2026, but they've already done 2025. Even October, like Bryson Tiller dropped his album in August, and it's nowhere on my Spotify Wrapped because they were already doing all the counting. That's my biggest issue with Spotify Wrapped.
You're saying that October, November is kind of like a dead zone for getting...
I think maybe even September, because they're already counting it. Like the last song that I had was clearly a song that came out in the summer.
So while I think music labels actually do try not to release new music at the end of the year, just knowing that most of the awards are already done and their listening habits change around that time of the year, as Mix 96 is now playing all the Christmas hits.
That's very true, yeah.
But I guess for this very specific example, you're right. I just don't know if artists are as worried about being on Spotify Wrapped.
I feel like they are. I feel like it's a flex, right?
Sure. Like, I guess it depends on which kind of artist you are, right? Because if you're a younger up-and-coming with like 700,000 listeners on Spotify, that I think is the time to release new music. But if you're Taylor Swift, you can drop it whenever you want. Who cares?
Like my number one song was a song from the Drake and it was top 5 song, Drake and Party Next Door. When did that album come out? January.
Okay.
So it had the whole year. It's just coming up randomly for me. I'm not spamming it I was at one point, but because it had the most time, it got the most listens. It's just a flawed process.
Okay, so here's the flip side, because like, for example, Tate McRae always drops music in December, it seems like.
Yeah.
If you drop in December, then you're starting early on the 2026
I think you are.
one.
I think you are. All right. As we were just talking a little bit about Spotify Wrapped, and thank you again to anybody who has hit me up, and even if you didn't hit me up, if I'm on your Spotify Wrapped, I really appreciate it. And yeah, that's really cool.
And it's a wrap for this Sacramento Kings season,
Senor Segway strikes again. Don't do that again. Don't ever do that again. Kyle Ledbetter with his attempt at a Senor Segway. Kyle, I'll give you 2.
I don't deserve it.
Yeah, I don't think you do either. All right. Does this Sacramento Kings team deserve to make it through the trade deadline? Senor Segway strikes again.
That's a 3.
That's a 4. That's a dang 3.5. All right, this is what Sam Amick had to say about Zach LaVine and how he kind of kicks it off. The Wayward Kings, if you somehow haven't heard, are open for business with their roster of mismatched pieces. Yet, as is the case with so many other teams, the realities of the market might provide a sobering dose of reality once we get closer to dealing time. The Kings' Zach LaVine, for starters, could certainly help several contending teams. To that point, league sources confirmed that Milwaukee has done recent due diligence on the 30-year-old and has shown interest in the past. But his exorbitant salary, $47.4 million this season, and a player option for $48.9 million next season, makes it nearly impossible to move him without attaching some sort of sweetener, as in a draft asset in return, which, by the way, Milwaukee doesn't really have. And therein lies the challenge for first-year Kings general manager Scott Perry. As of now, Perry has signaled a commitment to retain the draft picks, and he hopes will play a pivotal part in their rebuild. If that stance remains, there's a very real chance that this veteran core could be here through the trade deadline. And we mentioned it before. Sam talks about the plea to fans from Scott Perry to give us time. Give us time. So, yeah, Zach LaVine, to me, we've done this before with the Bucks. They don't have picks. If they had a pick, then I think, yeah, Kyle Kuzma or whatever. I mean, it's funny, Kyle, because we were talking about, I think it was Keon Ellis, right? And the interest there. And this might all be for naught if Giannis comes out and says, I'm out. And Sam also talks about Giannis and how there's a real connection if he can't get to New York to possibly be in Miami and have some fun out there. So he could tag up with the Mr. 305 and they could do some work out there and have some fun. So if Giannis says he's out, then this conversation of Zach LaVine is all for naught, because then the Bucks, I don't think, would still be interested unless you think they're going to do a Kings thing and Zach LaVine would be, hey, we know we lost Giannis, but here's Zach LaVine, Bucks fans.
Well, let me Windhorst fingers this for just a second. So activating Windhorst fingers. Now let's say that the Milwaukee Bucks then trade Giannis, which then gives them more flexibility to move players and potentially picks, but more specifically, let's talk about players, right? So if he goes to the Knicks, package revolving around Karl Anthony Towns and a bunch of draft picks going forward, maybe a young player that the Knicks don't really have. Probably they would just ride it out with Karl. If he goes to the Heat, which is the other team that Amick mentions could be a contender in this, and by the way, he lists out like 5 teams and says like, hey, these are people who could do it. They're all kind of not in the market unless Giannis says he wants to play for them, stuff like that. But if it's the Heat and they send him Tyler Hero and Jaime Jaquez and whoever else, maybe in that scenario, the Bucks say, actually, we like Zach LaVine more than Tyler Hero, and he's got a shorter-term contract, so maybe we'll just 3-team trade and send Tyler Hero to the Kings and Zach LaVine to the Bucks. Something strange like that could happen if Giannis gets moved and they have a bunch of smaller contracts.
Yeah, and Tyler Hero would, make the timeline for the Kings. It would make everything a little younger. Right? What is he, 24, 25? 24, 25.
But he's also eligible for a hefty extension.
Yeah, and I can't. He's another one when it comes to the injury stuff. I can't. I just can't.
I just think of him and Zach LaVine as the same player.
A little bit. Yeah, obviously he's younger, but same time. Not to get caught up in it, but I just think Tyler Hero is a much better distributor of the basketball than Zach LaVine. I think at one point his ceiling was higher. I don't know if it's still higher. And in part, it's because there are times where he can't stay on the court.
Yeah, so that's just the only thing I would bring up is if the Bucks really do like Zach LaVine and like the idea of him on a shorter contract, that could be an option if they trade Giannis and then are doing other moves after they trade Giannis, because then they would be in a weird position.
Yeah, but just on its and that's a good call, but just on its face, yeah, if they're able to keep Giannis, which is I think the initial spirit of the conversation, It's the same thing we've talked about time and time again. Zach is at 47. Kyle Kuzma is only at 22. Where are you finding that other 20 whatever million dollars?
It's Bobby Portis.
It's Bobby Portis. And me personally, Kyle Kuzma's been playing better this season. I'm not trading Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma to the Kings because I don't even think that's going to convince Giannis to stay.
See, this is the weird thing about the Bucks. I don't know what they do, right?
And it's not just Bobby Portis. That's $35 million.
I've done the trade machine before. It'll work if you take, I think, like Gary Harris, and then the Kings just buy him out. I think it works. So it's like Kyle Kuzma, Kyle Kuzma, Bobby Portis, and Gary Harris works.
I'm not doing that. If I'm the Bucks.
You know what's funny? I was thinking, like, what could the Bucks add at this point to try and turn this around, like a low-cost thing? And I was like, what if they just brought back Brook Lopez? Like,
yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah.
He seems unhappy.
Why not? Where's Tom Dollins at? And if you're new to the show, it's John Collins, but people get mad when we talk about John Collins too much. So Tom Dollins, where's he at? Right? When we return, there are a couple different teams that have shown interest in particular players on the Kings. But this team is a familiar one, okay? And let's just say, we talked about it earlier this week. Why was this team coming up? Now we have a bit more information to pair with the Sam Amick information. You're not going to want to hear about this upstart Eastern Conference team that is interested in Domas and wants to get him out of the Grape Town. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax with sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply. When value matters, Elk Grove Chevrolet delivers. Right now, lease a new Chevrolet Silverado LT for $250 per month plus tax. The Silverado 1500 stands out with composed handling, competitive towing, payload, roomy cabin, and fuel economy. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com for full lease details. Don't miss your chance to drive the new Chevrolet Silverado. Stop by Elk Grove Chevrolet today and experience quality that goes the distance.
I'm with Vince Bloom, the big deal guy at Folsom Lake Dodge. Vince!
Actually, this time of year, you can call me the Holiday Big Deal Guy.
The Holiday Big Deal Guy!
Because during the wrap-up-the-year sales event at Folsom Lake Dodge, you can save over $18,000 net savings off MSRP on a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4.
I'll take it.
And for a stocking stuffer,
keys to a Jeep,
a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S. Right now, I've got one for only $36,995.
That's why they call you the Big Deal Guy. So over $18,000 off a Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab
and a Jeep Wrangler Sport for only $36,995. But you'll only find these big holiday deals at one place.
That's right, only one place. At Folsom Lake Dodge in the Folsom Auto Mall.
And online at FolsomLakeDodge.com.
Ram includes 9873 dealer discount plus 8207 in national stackable and holiday bonus cash. Then SN 667196. Jeep includes 4250 dealer discount plus 12750 in bonus national retail loyalty and holiday cash. Must be current owner of FCA vehicle to qualify for loyalty bonus cash. Then SW 543907. See dealer details, expires 1/2/26.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. We already kind of talked about Domantas Sabonis and some of the interest. And Kyle, you were, as we're talking about the Bulls, right? That's the team that we're going to spend some time on. But you were excited, or I guess the Wizards piqued your interest when you heard that name come up with Sam Amick when he brought up that to be a potential team. Because these teams that are just stuck, and this is what we try to say when we talk about the rebuilding thing, right? You're not going to do it all through the draft. You do some of it through the draft, and then you look for certain pieces. And when you first hear the Wizards, why the heck would they want Domantas Sabonis? It's because you're not going to draft your starting five. It's the same thing that the Giants are dealing with right now in free agency, right? A lot of Giants fans are upset because the Giants, they're not necessarily trying to spend money like that. And they have spent money, but unless you are the Dodgers or not even the Phillies, I would say, or the Mets, somebody like that. And the Mets got priced out for the polar bear, right? But you're not going to pay big money. Not even the Dodgers pay big money at all 9 positions. Some of those positions you are going to fill through the draft. Some of those positions you're going to fill through trade. Some of those positions you will fill through free agency. So when you think of a team that is rebuilding, I know when I read the Wizards, I thought the same thing. But they're not just going to sit there, right? You figure out, do we have something in the guys that we have drafted? Then you make an assessment. No, we got to take more bites at the apple. Or you say, hey, I think we're going in a certain direction. Now let's add in a vet and see where this thing can go. So, Kyle, I know the Wizards had piqued your interest a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So the Wizards one was fascinating to me because Alex Sarr, who I'd say at this point is kind of their big hit. Like, I don't think they have a generational star yet, but Alex Sarr is probably their best pick. He and Sabonis would be fascinating together because Sarr at this point in his career is like, you know how we talk about those perfect front court pairings for Sabonis, the guys who can block shots and shoot threes and space the floor? Sarr is kind of like that, like, most talented version of that. He's like the Amen Thompson of that group of players, essentially. He's blocking 2 shots per game right now. He's taking a bunch of threes. He's not hitting them at a super high rate, but he's at least taking a bunch of threes for the Wizards. Like, Sarr and Sabonis, I could understand why the Wizards would be interested in pairing Sarr and Sabonis together. Now, I think the problem is I think they're still a couple of pieces away from actually being able to compete.
Yeah.
But I understand why they would go in that direction. When you already have Koulibaly, you have Trey Johnson, you have your wings, you have your power forward, you're just looking for a big and a point guard better than Bub Carrington, who is truly terrible.
And you're about to get off of a couple contracts with CJ and Chris Middleton.
Which is the interesting thing because I was eager to rush into the trade dungeon when I heard this. But you could, right now, if you were to try and trade for him, you could utilize those expiring contracts to help yourself land Sabonis.
And we know they have some level of draft capital, so it would be some expirings and some draft capital, and maybe the Kings say, you know what, that's enough. Now, that's a long way from Napa, and that's not to say that Domantas Sabonis wants to do it, but last time I checked, unless you have a no-trade clause, is not your choice.
Yeah, that one would be fascinating if they did.
Let's get to the Bulls of it all. And, the Bulls are a bit ironic because obviously the Kings have done a ton of business with them, and the Timberwolves have been interested in Kobe White. I think the Bulls, they provide an example of how the Kings could make this thing exciting but not lose the plot, right? Because let's say the Kings are unable to move off of Sabonis and LaVine. You get your draft pick, right? You get your draft pick in, and you have that going for the 2026-2020 season. And then after that, if it doesn't look good, remember the Bulls were good just about a month or so ago, maybe 2 months ago now. Now they're back to, hey, we got Vucevic, we got Kobe White. But during that span, I'm sure the arena was rocking and rolling because they had a good run and Josh Giddey was doing his thing, and then they came back to reality. So now they're looking at Kobe White, they're looking at others, and now the Bulls are making a decision. Do we want to double down as they seem to be wanting to copy the Pacers model, or do we just move on from Vucevic and Kobe White and just go younger and go in that direction? So this is what Jake Fisher had to say prior to Sam Amick kind of confirming that there was, at the very least, past interest in Domantas Sabonis. Quote, I've heard from more than a few rival executives who have noted Vucevic's trade-friendly contract, plus the other expiring deals on Chicago's books, which has led them to wonder aloud about the Bulls' Lithuanian GM Arturas Karnisovas pursuing Sabonis. Similar curiosity about the Bulls as a potential suitor to try to bring back Anthony Davis to his native Windy City is also circulating. So that is where I think a lot of this started, and that would be the Bulls, just like the Wizards, and Sabonis playing this role as, I'm going to get one of these teams that aren't contending yet to the playoffs, right? And I do think it's funny, Kyle. I know it's different when you're trading in the same conference. I do find it a bit funny that a lot of the interest is with Eastern Conference teams. I know the Suns were thrown out there, but I don't know what the Suns are doing, because I do think that they believe Sabonis in the Eastern Conference could maybe get you further than Sabonis in the Western Conference, which is just a complete bloodbath every single night. And I do think there is a reason that there are more Eastern Conference teams interested in Domantas Sabonis. So I hopped into the trade dungeon, Kyle, myself, and I had cooked this one up.
Now we're both in the dungeon.
That's
together.
right. I was grinding. So the Bulls get Domantas Sabonis. The Kings would get Vucevic, who's expiring. Patrick Williams, who's not expiring, but this is a second draft guy, right, to help out Keegan, okay? And you would also get one of the two, Kyle, Dalen Terry, who I believe is 22 years old or 23 years old, the 18th pick in the 2022 draft, or Julian Phillips, who was the 35th pick in the 2023 draft. Julian Phillips is a forward with good size on him. They're both at least 6'7". They call Dalen Terry a guard, but he's 6'7", 18th pick in 2022, or Julian Phillips, a 35th pick in 2023, and I believe he goes 6'8". So I don't know if these guys are going to be good, but I just don't think that the Bulls would be willing to part with any draft capital. So it would be a situation when you're getting money off the books and you're getting 3 opportunities to get younger and have a second draft situation. Is it the best deal ever? No. But y'all are the same ones that told me, hey, Allen, you're not getting the Desmond Bane deal for Domantas Sabonis. And I agree. And maybe somebody out there thinks I'm crazy. You can help me out because Domantas Sabonis, as we've talked about with Keith Smith, as we talked about with Greg Swartz, Domantas Sabonis' value is possibly the most confusing thing in the NBA right now. So maybe I'm crazy, Kyle, but I see an opportunity to get Vucevic off the books. You take a second draft situation with Patrick Williams, who was a top 6-7 pick, and a couple other first rounders, and you call it a day. I don't know. Maybe you could probably find a better deal somewhere, but I don't know that you're getting 2 first rounders for Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, that's kind of the tough. It depends on what you get as a young player compensation package, right? That'll determine what it is also, because if you're just getting Vucevic and Patrick Williams, you're probably getting draft picks. But if you're getting Matas, then you're not getting draft picks.
So here's the name that I didn't say, the dude who got dunked on, that I think if you got Asenge, who was the 9th pick in this past draft, who's 20, I think he might be 18.
He is 18 years old.
18 years old. Would you do? Obviously, I would do that. I would do Vucevic, Patrick Williams, and Noah Asenge for Domantas Sabonis. I don't know if the Bulls would do it, because if it doesn't work, you'd want to have an 18-year-old that you took with a top 10 pick. But if the Bulls would do it, I would do that right now. You have to do Williams and Vucevic because Sabonis makes too much money.
I don't want to scare you because we've already been through this situation.
What?
But Asenge is having shoulder surgery and is done for the season. So I'm not saying that you don't take a chance on an 18, 19-year-old, but
it's different than a 22-year-old with shoulder surgery.
In Devin Carter.
Yes. And Asenge's like 6'8", 6'9".
Oh, yeah, for sure. Asenge's a power forward.
I think I'd still do it. Everybody's getting shoulder surgery these days. I might have shoulder surgery scheduled, and I don't know.
Kevin Huerter.
It is everywhere. It's everywhere.
How about instead of Patrick Williams, we just bring back Kevin Huerter? How about that?
Let's get to a break on that one. When we return, all right, we talked about the Bulls. I spent a lot of time on this. There's another Eastern Conference team who essentially did everything wrong besides one thing. If you actually lay it out, they did everything wrong, and they're still in a good position to contend. We'll tell you who that is and why the Kings could replicate it when we hit the 12 o'clock hour. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro, offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Amateur players will be pleased to know that the USGA doesn't object to a friendly bet with your weekend foursome. Friendly bets include soft drinks after the round, hot dogs at the turn, or even a $2 Nassau, one of the most widely used bets in golf. It takes its name from the Nassau County Country Club of Glen Cove, Long Island, one of the many clubs frequented by the well-to-do in the late 19th century. As the story goes, matches between these clubs were often reported in the local newspapers, sometimes to the embarrassment of wealthy industrialists coming out the loser. The Nassau captain J.B. Coles Tappan then devised a format where the worst possible result could not be reported as anything more than a 3-0 defeat. In a Nassau, 3 equal wagers are placed on the first 9, the second 9, and 18-hole total. A $2 Nassau is sometimes referred to as a 2-2-2 bet. Some play better with a bet to keep their attention. Others are nervous at the thought of losing. Whatever your choice, golf is a game. Have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Later in the hour, there are some updates from Sharon Moore that we will get to. Okay, and it's a wild story. We talked a little bit about it when it first broke, but we said we wanted to kind of wait and just be able to give you more of an outlook or more of an update on it. But yeah, 3rd degree, he's being charged, and we knew it was going to happen on Friday. 3rd degree home invasion, stalking, breaking, and entering. I have a buddy who is a huge Michigan fan, lives in Oakland, goes to at least one Michigan game every year with his pops and the family and the whole crew. So he's been deep into this story. So he's texting me, giving me all these details, and I will share them.
Like he's at the court.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And I will share them with you later in the show, because we have plenty of Kings talk to still get to. Beam talk, that was at 11. And now we're continuing that Beam talk here, 12 o'clock. So I worked really hard on this, people. I'm just going to be very clear with you. And the team that that sparked this thought process in me, because they actually haven't done a lot of things right. If you really boil it down, the team that I'm talking about is the Atlanta Hawks. Oh. So when you look at what the Atlanta Hawks have done, all these different models that we've talked about, think about the Atlanta Hawks timeline, because you're probably thinking in your head, wait, when did the Atlanta Hawks do the thing where they stunk and they got all these draft picks? Well, they didn't really. They got lucky, and then they took the #1 pick in the draft, and we don't even know if Rissache is going to be good. He's going to be decent, but he's not the guy, right? He's not your Cade Cunningham that you took, or your Cooper Flagg or something like that.
They got the #1 pick in the year you didn't want to get the #1 pick.
So hear me out here. Hear me out. Let's start here in whatever year, what was that, 2017 or whenever it was, when the Hawks swapped for Luka. They swapped for Luka.
Well, you could even go a little bit before that because they had, I think, a lottery pick and they took John Collins.
But yes, but Luka is the guy.
Yes,
okay.
They could have had Luka.
Number one, they swapped Luka for Trae Young. Let's start there. Again, keeping the parallels with the Kings. So they also kind of passed on Luka. So that happens. Fast forward to their stretch from 2021 to 2023, which I would call essentially their Beam Team era. Yes, they got further than the Kings and they went to the playoffs more, but it's the Eastern Conference, so just hang with me. So that's their Beam Team era, so they're not stinking at that point, all right? 2023, 2024 is when they got lucky, which we could compare to this to being where the Kings are right now. They're only 10 games under 500, but they get the first pick in the draft, but is probably not going to be a life changer. And I think you could argue that Risache in this draft class coming up 2026, I don't even know if he goes top 10. Okay, just to give you a little bit of context. So again, I would compare that to where the Kings are right now. This is their stinker, and the Kings are probably, the hope is that they get a top 4, the number 1 pick, top 4, top 5, something like that. Where this thing completely flips on its head is when they draft Jalen Johnson with the 20th pick in the draft. Now, Jalen Johnson, of course, like I said, there were people out there that thought, hey, this dude could be something. He's got that kind of look that everybody is into right now, 6'8", wing, right? The Trey Murphys, the Keegans, the type like that, but he's got the Denny's, but he got a little bit of wiggle. They draft him in 2021 with the 20th pick in the draft, and he starts cooking eventually. But when they draft him, that's also when they're trying to figure things out. And by the way, within all this, they've drafted Onyeka Okongwu, who's starting right now because Porzingis isn't playing. He was a 6th pick in the draft, right? And he can play, but it wasn't a super hit, if you will.
He's a rotation player.
Yes, he is a rotation player, not an extreme hit. So Jalen Johnson is actually only a year younger than Keegan. And although it does look like he's going to most likely be better than Keegan Murray, it is the same idea that we are right here in a space where you are about to get a top pick in the draft. You have your young wing of the future, even if I know Allen, he's not going to be Jalen Johnson. I'm not saying he is, but he's going to be, I think, close to that, around there. So you have those two guys, right? Here is the kicker. Here is the big flip of the switch. That trade that the Hawks made to get Dyson Daniels and 2 first-round picks for DeJounte Murray, that was the kicker. Now, I do not think, and we can put it like this, as you go into next year between Levine and Domas, you have to get something back that will propel you. I don't think you're going to get back what the Hawks got because I think the Hawks got too much back for DeJounte Murray. I think it was a bad trade from the Pelicans. But you have to hit on something.
Which the Pelicans then doubled down by giving the Hawks their pick this year.
Exactly. But you have to hit on something. And last but not least, Kyle, and I'm not doing this because Nick Clifford didn't play well last night, but I do feel like Nick Clifford, that pick, was made with the same thought process of signing Dennis Schroeder. What do I mean by that? An older guy, we know Nick was the oldest first rounder picked, right? The oldest player taken in the first round. It was the idea that Nick can help right now, just like Dennis Schroeder could help right now. And by the way, he's also barely playing Nick. He's getting opportunities, but he ain't playing 30 minutes a night. But that thought process of we're going to get an older guy, slightly lower ceiling to help this team right now. Jalen Johnson, even though he was taken at number 20, Jalen Johnson was taken at, I believe, 20 years old. So you're giving a player that type of time. You didn't take him till the 20th pick. And we talked about different thought processes. You can take a big swing when you get later in the draft, or you can take a safer pick, right? And just say, we need somebody, because a lot of times that later pick are teams that are contending, okay? Let's not forget the Kings didn't even have a pick. They had to trade into it. So most of the time, you're either going to take a big swing, or you're going to say, we want somebody that is a specific type of player that we're missing right now because we're contending, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. We're trading, we're doing things anyway. Here's an example of this, Kyle. A guy in Danny Wolf. Now, we talked about Danny Wolf a little bit, right? He was on Michigan, okay? Danny Wolf is also on a bad team. Danny Wolf was taken by the Nets late in this draft. Danny Wolf is starting to ball out. Now, Danny Wolf does not turn 22 until May. He's also 6'11". So he is kind of, I think, maybe a more advanced version of Maximd Raynaud, if you will. And Nick Clifford is already 23. So during this rebuild, even your draft picks are going to have to be gambles. And I think that's something that the Kings haven't been comfortable doing even prior to Scott Perry, because it's always been this thought process of these guys that are going to help right now. And you have to, and I don't doubt that Scott Perry will have this thought process, but taking Devin Carter at 22 years old because, we need defense, we need a defensive point guard or something like that, they have to break out of it. I know I said a lot there, Kyle, but that was the whole thought process of how the Hawks really haven't done anything right. They did not hit on Okongwu, not at that level. He was 6th pick. They did not hit on Okongwu. Trae Young has been okay. Has Trae Young ever been a top 10 player? No. They swapped on Luka, but they kind of luck out on Jalen Johnson, a 20-year-old that they give some runway to, and they do a good deal with the Pelicans for Dyson Daniels, which gives them a couple more picks as well as they move on from DeJounte Murray. So, I love my Shel Silverstein falling up. I don't know that it's exactly falling up with the Hawks, but it's an example of the Hawks didn't do a ton right, but they did enough right to put themselves in a position. Like, I don't even know what the Hawks model is. And then you get the first pick, who is also, Okongwu is not a world changer, and Rissache is not a world changer, but here they are in a position to be in the playoffs, I think, it's the Eastern Conference, don't get me wrong, and then they could cash in again on Trae Young.
Well, and they have the Pelicans pick.
Which
right now is guaranteed to be top 5, which, by the way, Pelicans won yesterday.
But knowing the Hawks, they'll probably miss again.
Which, this is the other part that you didn't even mention. During this whole timeline between drafting Jalen Johnson and now, do you know how many general managers they've had? 3. The general manager that drafted Jalen Johnson was 2 general managers ago for the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah.
And by the way, Jalen Johnson was 19 when they drafted him.
See?
By the way, you want to know another example to this point? And we're not, I think, if I'm understanding this right, you're not just making the point, just draft young guys.
I'm saying during this rebuild, you can't draft 22-year-olds.
Yeah.
That is what I'm saying.
But I'll give you the example. So I know we talk about the Hawks getting the Pelicans pick last year, but in that deal for the Pelicans to go up to 13 and take Derek Queen, the Hawks moved down to 23, which was 1 pick before the Sacramento Kings in last year's draft, which means the Hawks had Nick Clifford on the table to pick at pick 23 for a team that had playoff aspirations, had just traded for Porzingis. Nick Clifford was sitting on the table for the Hawks to take at 23. And they took Asa Newell, who is 6'8", 19 years old, and a developmental project.
Yeah.
They had both of those players sitting right there. It was 1 pick before the Kings traded back into the first round. And I have no idea if Asa Newell is going to be a rotation player in the NBA or not. Nick appears to be a rotation player now, but Asa Newell is a former 5-star prospect who had an okay year at Georgia and slid down the draft, so they took a chance on a 19-year-old with high upside versus the 23-year-old Nick Clifford. Again, it's not saying one is better or worse, it's just different processes.
Yeah, so they made a decision. The Hawks traded Drake Powell to Brooklyn, okay? And then they traded with the Pelicans and they took Asa Newell. Now, Drake Powell, Kyle, is 6'5" and is a guard. But you want to take a guess how old Drake Powell, and now he's in Brooklyn. You want to take a guess how old Drake Powell is?
I'm going to say 19 years old.
20 years old.
There you go.
And I know to people like me that are 35 or older, 20 versus 22 might not seem like a big deal, but it is. You get 2-3 years before you can legally have a libation, and it matters. The more time you get at this speed, at this rate, and Asa Newell is barely playing, but they have time to figure it out, or they could flip him and say, hey, it's a lot easier to flip, hey, who wants a 6'8", 20-year-old versus who wants a 6'5", 23-year-old?
Yeah, and part of it, too, and I think this kind of gets lost sometimes when we talk about finding players in the draft. Most of these players are incredibly talented. Where players make leaps is player development, i.e. your coaching staff, and having a clear, concise vision for what that player's role is going to be, and then allowing that player to practice in that role, right? All these guys are 5 stars or 4 stars, or in the case of Nick Clifford, grew into the physical skills necessary to be NBA players. But it is the teams that develop their players that ultimately find themselves in the best position. To your point about the young guys, if you look at Oklahoma City right now, Cason Wallace is 22 years old and one of the best two-way players in the league. But they took a former 5-star prospect at the 10th pick in the draft and had him concentrate on specifically how he would fit a role as essentially Jalen Williams' backup.
Yeah. Yeah. So to me, it's a very long-winded way of saying that you don't have to be perfect on everything. It's just once you do find something, you got to make sure that everything else fills in. And I think, the Dyson Daniels deal, right? Dyson Daniels, that's another guy who they took a chance on. Dyson Daniels famously said that the Pelicans are cursed, but you take a chance on Dyson Daniels. And Kyle, how old was Dyson Daniels when he was traded?
I think he was 22.
No, he's 22 now.
So he was 20.
He was 20.
Man. Well, I guess 21 technically, but still, I think the idea though, okay. If the Hawks are really going to become something, kind of like the Kings model, the one silver lining is you do kind of have to fleece somebody. Mm-hmm. So the Hawks just took advantage of the Pelicans, and that has set them up to be good now and in the future.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
but
if Keegan can be whatever, and look, we're doing this thing with Jalen Johnson. Let's see how it turns out, right? He could be having a hot stretch. I like what I'm seeing. Let's see what turns out. We were all talking about Trey Murphy. And Trey Murphy is still super valued, but he kind of plateaued in what we think his ceiling is, right? He's a souped up Cam Johnson, if you will, type deal. So let's see what happens with Jalen Johnson. I like him. I'm just saying we just have to wait and see. So if you have a Keegan Murray-esque type of player like that, they're in the same area, right? Don't bother texting in. He's not. Don't bother.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson's somewhere between Keegan and Tatum, but they're all same flavor.
Same flavor. Okay, and then you are about to make this deal for Domas and or Zach LaVine. That to me is where, like you said, Kyle, I don't believe you're going to fleet. And at least you have two, and they still have Trae Young, who I don't know. To me, you already did your fleecing, right? They're not going to fleece anybody, I don't believe, for Trae Young. I think Trae Young's market is very confusing, but. And there will be interest, but I don't know if anybody is ready to sign Trae Young and give him $50 million a year or anything like that. When it comes to the Kings, between Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, I don't believe you're going to fleece anybody like the Pelicans, because the Pelicans have already been fleeced enough by the Hawks. You just have to make sure that you hit. It's the same to me as the draft. You got to hit on the draft, and you have to hit on this trade. Maybe it's just trade, maybe it's just draft capital, but you have to hit on this trade with whatever you get back. And that is how you make up for kind of the sins of the past. Because the Hawks, like you said, 3 GMs, they have not made the right decisions, but they kind of fell into this because Jalen Johnson has saved them, and Dyson Daniels, that trade saved them as well. But they've done actually more bad than good.
Right, because if you remember, they traded their own first-round picks for 3 years to San Antonio to get DeJounte Murray. So they did most of this without having access to their own draft picks. And granted, they got like the Kings' first-round pick for Kevin Huerter, so it was really, if you follow the grand scheme, they traded Kevin Huerter and 2 first-round picks for DeJounte Murray, and then traded DeJounte Murray for Dyson Daniels and 2 first-round picks, and it all kind of was a net even at the very end. But they could have been in a really bad situation after trading DeJounte Murray because they were not good, and they didn't have access to their own picks, and they made it work, in part because they just got so many shots at the board, which is the thing we keep talking about with these picks. Jalen Johnson was 2020. Onyeka Okongwu was 2021. They didn't have a pick in 22, but they eventually got Dyson Daniels, who was a top 10 pick that year. So Dyson Daniels. Now you throw in Asa Newell. Like, they just, Reece Shea as the first pick in 2024. They just kept taking shots at the board until they had 5 young players who could all grow together into their whatever version of this team.
And I think what we've obviously learned from the De'Aaron Fox situation, and why I believe Sam Amick is even bringing up, hey, this might not, this might not be resolved by the time, hey, December 15th, these guys are probably all going to still be on the roster. Maybe not all of them, but a good bit of them are still going to be on the roster. Might even be the case throughout the season, because that word on the bingo card, or the words on the bingo card, patient and prudent, they have to make sure if they move on, I would say more so Domantas Sabonis than Zach LaVine, but it is very important that whatever they do end up moving off of for Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, there's at least a level of, hey, we took a swing on something. If it ain't going to be draft capital, it's got to be, like I said, it's got to be a Noah Asenge or somebody that you think could turn into something, a second draft situation. I would even say you probably shouldn't be trading them for anybody over the age of 25.
Well,
to be honest with you.
If it's just for salary matching
besides
purposes.
Vucevic expiring contract.
Yeah, which is why, again, this kind of goes back to the De'Aaron Fox situation with the trade, is like, when you're trading a star player, you should probably either get a star player back or just get draft picks, because you can flip draft picks. You can sit on draft picks. You can turn draft picks into, again, the Fox pick turned into Nick Clifford because they traded back into the first round, right? Just getting draft picks gives you more shots at the board, and more shots at the board gives you the chance to get those 5 to 6 young rotation players who will all enter their prime together, like Detroit has right now, like you just mentioned with Atlanta. Getting as many shots at the board as you can is the best way to do a full teardown. The problem is, with the lottery, you got a 80% chance with the top 10 picks. So if you're trying to get 4 good ones, that means you might need 5 years of top 10 picks to make it work.
And that goes back to the Dwayne call before we had to dump him, where, I don't, 3 to 5 years, are you crazy? No, not really. Not really. Detroit, Houston, the Thunder, all these teams, it's going to take a while. If that's not your style and you want to, hey, go get Trae Young and see what he can do with Keegan and Domantas Sabonis and turn it around that way, you could do that too. You could do that, because I personally think that the Hawks haven't been mentioned. I know the Hawks do need a point guard, and we've joked about Dennis Schroeder, but I think the Hawks could use the shooting of Zach LaVine. I think that would be a great fit. They would need a point guard, but, they're doing it right. Kyle, doesn't seem like they really need Trae Young right now. I know they've started to lose some games, but they haven't had a true blue. They got Vit Krejci, my guy, but they haven't had a true blue point guard in a minute, and they've survived.
Hey, can we teach Jalen Johnson how to handle the rock? Kind of like Jason Tatum?
Well, I'm saying that's Denny, right? What these guys do. So I would look at the Hawks and Zach LaVine for Trae Young. Now, a lot of people don't want to do that because that's a version of doubling down. But if you don't want 3 to 5 years, then you're saying that you want to retool. Those are the two options.
But here's the other part with the draft picks. The draft picks can help you accelerate that timeline, right? Orlando turned Vucevic into Franz Wagner and Jet Howard, which, again, is the point. Just shots at the board. Jet Howard doesn't work? Great. Suggs. Awesome. You just get shots at the board, and it helps you potentially accelerate the timeline. There was another example you just mentioned that I'm forgetting now, but you trade that player for another lottery pick, you get another shot at the board.
Yeah.
That's kind of the formula.
By the way, Dyson Daniels is a point guard. Don't get me wrong. He's just so defensive focused, and there has been questions about his ability to distribute the basketball. For example, I'm looking here. Yeah, between him and they're running Nickeil Alexander-Walker at the 2. Here's what's funny. This is actually insane. All right? They just beat the Wizards, okay? Dyson Daniels, 3 assists. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, 4 assists. Those are the 2 guards. Onyeka Okongwu, 6 assists. Jalen Johnson, 12 assists.
Wow.
30 points, 12 rebounds, 12 assists.
Which, by the way, this is also the formula now because you need a primary ball handler who can score at all 3 levels.
So we can take Zach LaVine because we're kind of everybody's going point guard by committee unless you got a top 5 point guard or you're the Sacramento Kings. Let's get to the other side. And when we do the 4-letter network, the ESPN writers and Bobby Marks, they have a ridiculous trade where there are, 4 teams involved? Would you do it? Let's talk about it. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This Sponsor of the Clock is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics. Schedule a free inspection. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Now is the time before winter is full on in your kitchen to make sure your heat or your furnace is ready. How do you do that? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will get the job done for you like they did for me last winter when our system crashed and burned in the dead of winter. Check them out, leesair.com. Right now, get $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating does it all, and they've been doing it at a high level for 40 years. See how they can help you stay warm and cozy all winter at leesair.com. That's Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's taste on a whole new level at Sky River Casino. With 18 elevated restaurants, bars, and lounge destinations that include SR Prime Steakhouse, 32 Brews, Dragon Boat, and The Market. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun and experience the height of hospitality. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Donate 5 canned foods this month and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check from Maverick Electrical. Book now at callmaverick.com. Limited appointments, restrictions apply. Give to get with no gimmicks. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
So I'm going to tell on myself a little bit here because I continue to see it. Caleb Williams, everybody is joking about him and the matcha and the headphones, the cord headphones, right? Because the wavelengths, he doesn't want stuff from the Bluetooth, so he doesn't have Bluetooth headphones. That's a conversation for a different day. But the matcha specifically, and I didn't really know what matcha was, okay? So I asked Kyle, I'm like, what is this stuff?
Resident Gen Z expert.
Yeah, because when you Google matcha, the first thing that comes up are, obviously there's Wikipedia and there's the AI, which, hard to trust. But then you see people also ask. And the second question for people also ask after the question of how do you spell matcha is, why is Gen Z obsessed with matcha? So I asked Kyle, what's the deal? And here it is from Vac Brew Coffee. Matcha's appeal starts with its benefits packed with antioxidants for calm energy and nutrients like vitamin E. It's a superfood alternative to coffee, offering sustained focus without jitters. So matcha is, I just saw somebody on their story had matcha as well, and I've never tried matcha. So I'm wondering here, and of course I'm talking about, fitting into the tux at the end of January, a healthier option. So we're going to have yerbed up Allen, style espresso, and matcha Allen. Matcha Allen. So I gotta try it, Kyle. So have you ever tried it?
I have not.
What type of Gen Zer are you?
I was about to say, so I'm not a caffeine person. I don't drink coffee. I don't do the matcha, but I'm very much a sugar fiend. So I'm big into the bobas.
Okay. Now I know boba.
Yeah,
I know boba.
I'm into the bobas, the milk teas, the smoothies, the stuff like that. But I'm not a caffeine person.
I don't know about this matcha. I'm just saying, it just popped up. This stuff just appears, right? And then you find out matcha's been used for 20,000 years.
Now you're just calling it acai.
Literally, but now it's hot in the streets, and then now there's matcha spots everywhere. Because growing up, my mom was a big tea drinker. So then I was a big tea drinker. And then with the kiddos and the issues with paying bills and stuff, I had to go harder, right? So I turned to coffee, but I was never a coffee drinker. Like I had buddies, and I did from time to time, but I had buddies, we'd be in college, and they'd be drinking coffee before a game. And I would actually drink coffee too early before a game, so I would be crashing during the game because I'm already too hyped up. That was my thought. But most, the starting pitcher would be housing coffee and just, trying to get jittered up.
And
to
probably
ready to go.
Red Bulls and stuff.
Right, ready to go. I didn't want that. But now, where I am in my life at this point, okay, maybe I need this caffeine in me. Do I try? Am I too old to try matcha?
What? No.
Like if I'm walking around with matcha, people like, come on, Al, right? Because there was that texter that said, "Hey, you can't say certain things, right? This is what the kids say. Aura. I don't even know if kids say aura anymore. Riz.
No, it's aura farming now.
Right. Aura farming. I don't know. Is Riz done?
Well, no, because we got the Rizzler now.
But he's like probably 18 now.
The Rizzler?
I don't know.
That kid is 9.
No, these kids grow up quickly.
That kid is like 10 years old. What are you talking about?
If you see me with the matcha in these streets, people say, yo, man, come on.
It's fine. It's just
double checking.
Let me just say that matcha, from what I understand, it's not cheap.
See, okay, say less. Because you can get, but here's the thing. You go, whatever office you work in, they're going to have some coffee for you. These offices, maybe in San Francisco, but I don't even know because they going cheap in San Francisco too, and they don't even have offices out there, but I don't think they got matcha machines out there.
If it helps for you too, my brother is big into the Celsiuses.
Oh, so yes. Yeah.
That could also be an alternative for you.
I know. I see people drink them. And at first, when I looked, I'm like, is that a libation? Oh, no. People drinking them, at the Kings game, whatever. Somebody in the media drinking
That's crazy. Dude.
Drinking a I'm like, whoa. You got to ask Doug questions, right? Oh, it's just Celsius. Alan, it's an energy drink. It's not a libation. Okay.
So those are your choices of energy. I know we got the coffee pods here. The yerbs are always available for you.
Yeah.
But I think from what I understand, matcha, because I thought it was like tea or caffeinated or something, but I'm going to assume yerbs probably go a little bit harder with the caffeine than the matcha does.
Okay. I'm just double checking. Then you got the 6-7 thing. So, I don't know where it starts and ends for me, but, if you see me rocking a matcha, just, mind your business. So, Carmichael Dave with a little bit of breaking news. If you're just now joining the show.
That's going to be you with the matcha.
Yeah, it might be. So, Carmichael Dave with a little bit of breaking news. If you're just now joining the show, that is not sped up.
No, that is real speed, Allen. I think that was one of the days you had the yerb.
So, Carmichael Dave with a little bit of breaking news. If you're just now joining the show, I feel like I sound like
just all one word.
Oh my goodness! All right, let's get to this insane trade from ESPN. This is a 5-teamer?
Yeah, technically, one of them is just the Pistons get Doug McDermott.
A 5-team trade, and it's focused around Anthony Davis, all right? So you're not going to believe this. The Hawks would get Anthony Davis, Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield, and Devin Carter. The Mavericks would get Zach LaVine, a 2026 first-round pick from the Warriors, which is top 14 protected, a 2027 first-round pick as well. The Kings, actually, I'll save the Kings for last. The Warriors would get Kristaps Porzingis. The Pistons would get Doug McBuckets and cash considerations. The Kings would get Trae Young and Luke Kennard. So to simplify that, the Kings would be losing Zach LaVine and Devin Carter and Doug McBuckets for Trae Young and Luke Kennard. And if you bottle it up to that or boil it down to that, I don't know. Again, this is for the people like our 8-seeders, as we call them. This is for the 8-seeders out there, the Ramseys of the world, the Dwaynes of the world that don't want to wait 3 to 5 years. Here is the write-up from Bobby Marks on the Sacramento piece, or this is from Kevin Pelton, actually. Sacramento turns LaVine into a younger solution at point guard without having to give up any draft picks. And Golden State finally moves on from Kuminga to get the kind of stretch 5 option the team has long sought, repairing Porzingis with former Celtics teammate Al Horford at the cost of a pick that extinguishes if the Warriors miss the playoffs. That's from Kevin Pelton. And of course, this went pretty viral. And of course, Warriors fans, again, they don't know what they want. Kuminga's trash and shouldn't play, and Steve Kerr's always right, but anybody that gets offered for Kuminga is not enough. Porzingis is not enough. And like Kevin Belton said, you're not even going to lose the pick if you miss the playoffs. So Porzingis is not enough. Nobody's enough. Domantas Sabonis not enough. But Kuminga stinks, and you can't wait to get rid of him. So on its face, Kyle, I mean, I think what it turns into for me is, what are you doing with Trae Young? And here's the argument to do it. It's the same thing that we've kind of been talking about. I don't know if it's truly a double down, because like you said, the first double down wasn't actually a good effort.
Yeah, the first double down failed tremendously.
So, I mean, if you did it right now, I mean, doing it right now is pointless, right? So, instead of Zach LaVine opting in to his player option at $48 million, it would be Trae Young opting in
to his $48 million.
To his $48 million. You go through that season, and then you make a decision with Trae Young whenever it is towards the end of the year. Hey, did this work? Did this not work? And you extend with him, and then you would have, or going into that season, you'd have a top whatever pick, Keegan, Sabonis, and Trae Young. That's all I'm willing to say. That's all I'm confident in saying you'd have.
Probably Neek Clifford.
And Neek, right? So you get through that season and you say, hey, Trae, this actually was fun. Or you say, hey, Trae, go see what's out there. So I don't think it's crazy because you're stuck with Zach LaVine anyway, respectfully.
My 2 cents on it is, this is a trade you make if you know you've got either the Boozer or Debansa. That's a type of trade then I think you go ahead and make, because then you got your point guard, then you got your Keegan at the 3, you've got your Boozer and Debansa, and you've got your Sabonis. Unless you're going to then get Boozer and Debansa and tear it all down, this is a type of move you make if you're like, okay, now we're just a point guard away in our minds, so therefore we'll go get Trae Young and extend Trae Young, and now he's our point guard for the next 3 years.
So you wouldn't move it now in case you end up with Darren Peterson. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, or like the 7th pick in the draft. Because then there's an argument to be made that, okay, now's the time to trade Sabonis and just tear it to the studs and do the long rebuild situation.
When we return, we have more on a little bit of battle of the sources, what Jake Fisher is saying in regards to Giannis and what Brett Siegel is saying in regards to Giannis. And we are about 15 minutes away from our Tony Hinchcliffe ticket giveaway. So if you're on the app, switch on over. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
A Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade. Free for all to enjoy, circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
The other guys must think you failed math. Get this huge discount. Then the fine print hits you with $5,200 in mandatory ads. It's adorable in a scammy kind of way. At Hoblet, we skip the tricks. The price you see is the price you actually pay. What a wild concept, huh? Hoblet, family owned 77 years. Experience the difference online at hobletdodge.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Sactown sports fans, the countdown to the best live events starts now. The Roots are taking over Hard Rock Live Sacramento on December 27th. Get ready for legendary deets and the kind of energy only the Roots can bring. And we're just getting started. Then mark your calendars. Comedy takes the stage at Thunder Valley Casino Resort with Cedric the Entertainer on January 16th, followed by the sharp, fearless, absolutely unfiltered Daniel Tosh on January 24th. 2 comedy heavyweights, 1 powerhouse venue. Country fans, suit up. Brad Paisley rolls into Thunder Valley on January 30th, bringing all his hits, swagger, and all the good vibes. Then on January 31st, the breakout star everyone's talking about, Ernest, hits Ace of Spades for one night only. You know this show's gonna sell out. And don't forget R&B royalty Jodeci hits Hard Rock Live Sacramento on February 15th. The smooth, soul, and classics, all live. Grab your tickets now before they're gone and keep up and tune in to Sactown Sports for more epic shows coming your way.
Karen let us know, hey, there's some food down there. Kyle, you know where this is going.
Yeah, continue.
So there's some food down there, and it's good food, right? It looks good. Oh, we're doing a great, hey, you're doing a great job. They say you listen to the show. Oh, my goodness, thank you. I take a little bit of everything. I'm walking up.
No, it didn't happen again, did it?
Scott Marsh of Game Night. Okay, our guy Scott Marsh, UC Davis, the voice of football, UC Davis. They got a huge game quarterfinal coming up. I'm walking up the stairs with my plate, and I hear from Scott Marsh's office, that's a nice looking plate, Allen. That's a nice looking plate.
Yes.
We are back again. Not this again, man.
It's a nice plate you got there. He didn't even have to see the plate.
He knew it. He knew. And he ain't wrong. Some mac and cheese, some sandwiches.
He's also listening right now, too. So if Scott's hearing this, let me just say, joke of the week, my friend. That is a great
I can't keep
job
doing
by
this. Him. You ain't going to get into that tux with that plate, Allen. That's where we're going.
Let's see if it's on the camera. Can I zoom in on the plate?
No, don't. I'm hiding it. I'm moving. I'm hiding it. All right. Let's get to this battle of and by the way, Tony Hinchcliffe tickets in less than 15 minutes. Kyle, stop. In less than 15 minutes. And Kyle's not even paying attention. And we wanted to get to this battle of the sources a little bit because you have two guys that are, big names in the game going back and forth. You have Jake Fisher. What?
Yeah, now the camera's just on your plate.
Kyle, at least it's got, oh my gosh. Will you stop? Honestly, it's hiding like half of it. All right?
Your water bottle's covering it a little.
You had Jake Fisher, okay? He says that the Warriors, which this got roasted a lot, but he says that the Warriors are willing to trade Draymond Green for Giannis. And here's a quote. The only player I think in the league that Golden State would be willing to move Draymond Green for would be Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's the only player. Between him and Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski, all of a sudden Golden State probably does have an intriguing package if you're Milwaukee. But I don't think that they are going to be pushing Draymond's salary onto the table or Jimmy Butler's salary for anyone short of him. Now, he does say, I don't think, by the way, or he says, I think. He's not necessarily saying, I know for a fact. But Brett Siegel goes on to say, as we've reported, it would take, or he says, there's no way. Brett is not happy. Quote, I don't know how many times we have to say it, but the Warriors, in all caps, will not be trading Draymond Green. As we've reported it, it would take Green, Kerr, and Curry all signing off on such a move. And Green himself would need to be the one to say he wanted to be traded. So I want to focus on that last piece of this. Because again, once you read what Jake is saying, he does say the only player I think in the league Golden State would be willing to move Draymond Green would be for Giannis. So I've said this before, Kyle, when it comes to what you owe a player, right? When it comes to what you owe a player, when it comes to legacy, things like that, I have kind of joked before saying Draymond would be the one to say, hey, Steph. And it's kind of funny because of Draymond's affinity for LeBron. But hey, Steph, I want you to get number 5. And if you can get it without me because I'm somebody that moves the needle. A lot of people were joking about Draymond in a trade for Giannis anyway. But if I have to be that martyr for you, Steph, to get number 5, I'll do it. I used to joke about that. But Brett Siegel is essentially saying that's what it would have to be.
Is Draymond secretly the most self-aware player in the league in the sense of knowing his career is tied to Steph and wanting to assist Steph in becoming this all-time great?
I mean,
or is he just never going to agree to that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out because he's supposed to be Mr. Self-Aware, right? And if they say, hey, Draymond, it could be Steph, Jimmy Butler, and Giannis, and Steph might get 1, he might get 2 more. And Draymond would, they probably finesse it so Draymond could go wherever he wants. How about this? They could find a way, Draymond, Michigan State guy, they could find a way to get Draymond to Detroit. That used to be a thing, right? What if they said, hey, Draymond, it's a 3-4 team deal. We could get you to Detroit, right? Detroit somewhat interested in, I know Jalen Duren has been playing well, but we could fit you in there, Draymond, for the later part of your career. Detroit is going to be a dog in the Eastern Conference, and this gets Steph Giannis. What do you say? You get an opportunity to play for your hometown team and compete. And honestly, I'd sell it to Draymond, and I'd say, this is a chance for you to cement your legacy. What if we see you in the finals? They're not going to trade Draymond to just suffer on a bad Bucks team. They would make sure we're going to get you to the Pistons.
I mean, this is in a weird way the same thing as the Bucks situation with Giannis. But first, to your point, I know it's cold right now in San Francisco, but it's a lot colder in Detroit. Draymond may be from Michigan, but he's been living in the Bay for a decade and a half
quick.
now.
No, it goes quick. I would come back from Philly. Oh, this is nothing. 2 months later, it's cold.
Yeah.
It's cold. It does not last very long.
Draymond been in the Bay for a long time. That's probably home for him at this point. But I will say this is kind of the same thing with Giannis, where you got to do right by the franchise greats because that reputation is going to matter so much more than the first round pick you might get for that player by sending them to a place they don't want to be. Now, in the Warriors case, I would argue, casting aside Draymond for Giannis, I'd consider it given what Giannis could bring to the franchise, but it is really important to do right by Draymond Green because they're going to be inviting Draymond back for decades.
Do you think that Draymond deserves a straight, like this isn't a conversation of, or maybe Draymond says, hey, if you can get me to the Pistons, I'll do it, but I'm not going to Milwaukee. That I believe a lot of players would have, but do you believe that there is a world where it's just straight up, hey, Draymond, we're not going to, yes or no, would you be okay with being traded? Do you think that's something that he deserves, or does he simply deserve the opportunity to, I guess, choose where, hey, Draymond, we are going to do this. Where do you want to go? Versus, hey, Draymond, we have a Giannis deal on the table. Can we do it or not? Like, that sounds crazy when you say it out loud.
Like, this is the thing. I don't know if it's going to work out. I think they're going to try to do right by Draymond, but the intricacies of trying to make a trade for Giannis make it so that I don't think you can, or it's going to be really hard to accomplish both.
Yeah.
It specifically for that player and what the Bucks would want in return, it's going to be really hard to land Giannis and do right by Draymond, which is why I think it's easier if you just move Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. I mean, you would think Giannis and Steph, and by the way, there's some trepidation from teams about Giannis and paying him that type of money going into his 30s as well. 1 o'clock hour coming up. Tony Hinchcliffe tickets. We have your NFL Week 15 preview. And could the Niners go after Joe Burrow? Are you serious? Why I think Kyle Shanahan might not want to do that. And of course, we get you ready for Kings Timberwolves for the 12th time. That's happening this weekend. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey Aggie fans, Coach Tim Plow here, head football coach at UC Davis. With our home victory this past weekend, we are hosting Illinois State in the quarterfinals this Saturday, December 13th at 2 p.m. The atmosphere was electric last Saturday, and we need your support again this weekend with a spot in the semifinals on the line. Show up in Shredville and cheer us on as we look to continue our path to Nashville. Visit UCDavisAggies.com for tickets and get ready to bring the energy to UC Davis Health Stadium. Go Aggies.
I'm with Vince Bloom, the big deal guy at Folsom Lake Dodge. Vince!
Actually, this time of year, you can call me the Holiday Big Deal Guy.
The Holiday Big Deal Guy!
Because during the wrap-up the year sales event at Folsom Lake Dodge, you can save over $18,000 net savings off MSRP on a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4.
I'll take it.
And for a stocking stuffer,
keys to a Jeep,
a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S. Right now, I've got one for only $36,995.
That's why they call you
the Big Deal Guy.
So over $18,000 off a Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab
and a Jeep Wrangler Sport for only $36,995. But you'll only find these big holiday deals at one place.
That's right, only one place. At Folsom Lake Dodge. In the Folsom Auto Mall.
And online at FolsomLakeDodge.com.
Ram includes 9873 dealer discount plus 8207 in national stackable and holiday bonus cash. Then SN 667196. Jeep includes 4250 dealer discount plus 12750 in bonus national retail loyalty and holiday cash. Must be current owner of SCA vehicle to qualify for loyalty bonus cash. Then SW 543907. See dealer details. Expires 1/2/26.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Tune home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
One more hour with you. An eventful week it has been. By the way, my significant other, my wife, is driving around making some runs with baby number 2. I text her a picture of the plate. You know, when we get lunch, hey, look, lucked out. Got some lunch. Telethon going on. Great stuff that is happening on KNCI. Be sure to listen in there and help any way you can help. I say, hey, got some lunch. She says, I'm listening. I'm in the car right now, and I heard Scott's joke about your plate.
About your nice plate.
About my nice plate. Just,
By the way, you couldn't even finish it during the break.
I got close. You know, I got
just
close.
Too nice.
It's probably not healthy, but I got close. All right. If you've been close to winning tickets to see Tony Hinchcliffe, and your segue strikes again, you get one more chance right now. We're going to give Kyle the chance to say the lucky number. Win a pair of tickets to see world-renowned comedian Tony Hinchcliffe performing for one night only at the venue at Thunder Valley on Friday, December 19th. We're looking for lucky caller number
5.
Caller number 5, caller number 5, caller number 5 to win a pair of tickets to see Tony Hinchcliffe at 916-339-1140. That's at Thunder Valley, the venue. 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140. That's caller number 5, 916-339-1140. And by the way, I'm still waiting to be this much of a baller, but every time I go to Thunder Valley, I'm always looking at how you can stay there. Look, again, we talk about tax brackets. I'm not in that tax bracket yet unless I go on like a Tuesday, but it always looks so nice. My goal, and I need your help to keep listening, and hopefully we can get some of these segments sponsored. I got to stay at Thunder Valley one of these days, man. I got to stay there every time. And they, you know, the price is the price. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's nice. Kind of like the Kimpton Sawyer. But, you know, I could go on a Tuesday, something like that, but I want to go on a weekend, right? That's what it is. So we're looking for caller number 5. Looks like Kyle found that lucky caller, and they will get a chance to see Tony Hinchcliffe December 19th on Friday at the venue at Thunder Valley. Speaking of luck, the Powerball right now is back at $1 billion. And I don't know why I'm saying this on the air, It's more competition. It's more competition to have, y'all out here buying tickets as well. But in case you were curious, you checked it out. You walk into your local gas station, whatever it is, and I saw it's it's back. I feel like it's been at $1 billion like 7 times this year. So this could be your opportunity. And it's just on you. If you go in today and you end up winning $1 billion, if you feel like, hey, I wouldn't have won this if not for Allen reminding me, and you win the $1 billion, just remember that. Just remember that. I'm not saying to hook a brother up. I'm not saying, the greasy old palms, whatever it is. I just want you to remember that. And you do whatever in your life you feel is appropriate. Okay? That's all I got to say. So it looks like Kyle has found his winner. I'm sorry to say to some of the callers that are still pouring in right now. So Kyle, unless something goes south with the winner, you missed out, but you still could win $1 billion with the Powerball. So Kyle is handling our winner for Tony Hinchcliffe right now. Congrats to all of our winners. And we were joking about Scott Marsh, who was joking me about my plate. But UC Davis has been no joke. The first time UC Davis is getting an opportunity to host the quarterfinals of the FCS playoffs. They take on the Illinois State Redbirds. Okay, that is tomorrow at 2 p.m., little daytime football action for you. So good luck to the Aggies. Great opportunity for them. I know some people within that program, so hoping that they can get the win and bring home a ring. Okay, that's what we're hoping that they do. I saw, by the way, speaking of FCS football, and not that they want to be FCS for long, but I did talk about Sac State and some of the commitments that they haven't had, and now they've lost even more. So they've lost a couple more commitments. Obviously, that 4-star wide receiver, he's gone. I saw another kid, he's gone. And, some of this stuff happens with the transfer portal and all of that, and we get it. But, losing Brendan Marion, him going to Colorado, obviously it doesn't help. So hopefully Sac State can get a new coach in there, get things kind of back on track, and somebody that either the actual coach or somebody on their coaching staff to have that level of recruiting chops to kind of get Sac State back where it was. And I don't know if it'll get back quickly, being number one in the FCS, but start that process. So there you have it for the weekend. Some other college football going on. Obviously, the college football playoff starts next weekend, but you do have some good action going on. You got the LA Bowl, the Salute to Veterans Bowl, the Lending Tree Bowl, the Cure Bowl, the Myrtle Beach Bowl, the Gasparilla Bowl, and some of them just say bowls, right? Just here on Google, some of them just say bowls. You got the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, but that is next weekend. But yeah, tomorrow there's actually, looks like only one tomorrow, Kyle, just the LA Bowl, Boise State and Washington.
Yeah, bowl games are creeping up earlier now. Tomorrow technically isn't the end of the regular season because Army-Navy is tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, this is traditionally that week, which now with the playoff, it's all screwed because playoff games start next week. Mm-hmm. But this used to be the weekend that was like Heisman Trophy ceremony and Army-Navy are the only things on the schedule. But now the LA Bowl, that is not sponsored by Jimmy Kimmel or Gronk, even though both of those used to be sponsors of the LA Bowl, is this weekend.
Yeah, and it's weird because I think it just depends on the day. Like, it'll find itself on TV for me, but this Salute to Veterans Bowl, great name. It's Troy and Jacksonville State, I think.
But not that Jacksonville.
But, it's funny because there was a time, let's take the Lending Tree Bowl. So on a random Wednesday, Louisiana, Delaware. Now, would I rather watch it over a Kings game? Yes. But if there's anything else, right?
I mean, come on.
What? Kyle, no. I'm not doing a bit.
You want to watch Delaware football?
Kyle, it depends on the line. It depends if the line is
Depends
closer.
on Schmallen.
Yeah, if the line is closer if there's a better chance of that game being good, and the Kings have, I don't know, the Nuggets again, just because they just have created another game versus the Nuggets, I'm gonna see what them Raging Cajuns are up to.
That's neither team in that game. That's not Troy nor
No. I'm talking about
State.
Louisiana, Delaware.
Oh, okay.
Louisiana, Delaware on a random Wednesday, right? The curable Old Dominion, South Florida. But if I got to go to Peacock and watch glitchy Peacock with the Lakers and an actual good game, then of course I'm not going to watch this.
Yeah, but that's kind of what bowl games are at this point, which I know we didn't get to this earlier in the week, but I'll just say it now. Bowl games are dead, okay? The bowl construct completely dead. We got Notre Dame opting out. You got K-State and Iowa State opting out. You've got games on random Wednesdays.
But were they ever alive once the playoffs started, though?
I mean, once players started opting out, that was when the Bulls were kind of on their last leg. Because the thing with the 4-team playoff was, in that world, most teams weren't going to the playoff. Mm-hmm. Now that there's 12 teams, everyone practically has a chance to make the playoff. And because of NIL and the schedules moving up, teams that fired a coach are just like, all our players are in the portal anyways, so it's no point in fielding a game.
I'm looking here, Kyle. No, I'm serious this time. So, look, they got lucky because they're playing the Blazers. I'm actually really excited to see the Kings play the Blazers because another upstart team. So December 18th, Thursday, you can choose between Kings at Blazers and some of these bowl names. They have bowl names. They're just not on Google yet. Missouri State taking on Arkansas State. So, yeah, I'd rather watch the Kings. But I'm telling you this, if they're getting smacked, I'm going to change it. I'm going to come back to the highlights later because it's my job.
But you would rather watch, what is it called? The Xbox Bowl.
Oh, yeah, I'm in.
Missouri State versus Arkansas State.
I'm in. That's a great name.
The Xbox Bowl?
Yeah.
In Frisco, Texas.
Oh, yeah. There's a water tower there.
Friday, Myrtle Beach Bowl, Kennesaw State versus Western Michigan.
I had a buddy, his uncle was the AD at Kennesaw State, so look, I got a connection.
I know bowl games have kind of been, but now it's not even the teams that actually played in the games. And by the way, you know how I know these bowl games aren't worth anything? Because Kansas State, their coach retired and they hired a new coach. And then Iowa State, obviously, their coach left to go to Penn State. Mm-hmm. Iowa State and K-State said no thank you to bowl games. And so the Big 12 Conference fined them $500,000, and they paid it. They said we would rather pay $500,000 than to play in your stupid bowl game.
Let me rephrase this. If it was the standard Kings lineup, then I would probably rather watch something else. If it was a lineup like last night, where you get Neek in the starting lineup for a half second, and you got Keon playing 30 minutes, and you got Maximd starting, I'd rather watch that than Missouri State at Arkansas State. But if it was the classic Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook, Dennis Schroeder, who we tend to forget is still on this basketball team, give me a bowl game. I'll turn it on in the second half when all the kids are playing because they're down 25.
Okay, now I've got a good test here.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to that Tuesday, December 16th. You've got Troy versus Jacksonville State in something, the Salute to Veterans Bowl, which is sponsored by something called IS4S.
Mm-hmm.
Are you watching Troy versus Jacksonville State in the Salute to Veterans Bowl in Montgomery, Alabama, or are you watching the NBA Cup final?
Oh, I'm watching the NBA Cup final for about a quarter, and then the Thunder are going to be up by 60.
And then you're going to switch the Salute to Veterans Bowl.
That's right, and then Schmalen's going to see what the prop talk's looking like.
And then Wednesday, it's a light schedule because of that final, so you might be stuck watching Louisiana and Delaware, that Raging Cajun in something called the 68 Ventures Bowl, which, no disrespect to 68 Ventures, that just sounds like a pyramid scheme. Like they're just money laundering.
Yeah. Look,
I don't even know what 68 Ventures is, but that just can't be a real thing.
You're going to find out. You are going to find out. I'll tell you that much.
I'm not, because I don't care about bowl games anymore. I barely care about the playoff. Talk to me when the playoff is down to 4 teams, okay?
Well, it's only growing, Kyle, so you're going the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, good on JMU. They got a coach that's going to UCLA. Good on Tulane. Their coach is going to Florida, man. Those 2 teams are going to get smoked out of the playoffs.
Look, I'm a big March Madness guy. I know football is different than basketball. It's hard to get hot the same way you can get hot from 3. But let's just watch that. If they get creamed, then they get creamed, and we can have a conversation about it. But the games haven't happened yet.
My point was the playoff was fine at 4. It could have been 8. Now it's just, there's too much going on.
Yeah, let them in. Let them in. Who cares?
8 was the most I was willing to go on the college football playoff, which means maybe I'll tune in once it gets to the quarterfinals. Maybe.
Okay. Well, I'll be tuning into all because you never know. You never know what could happen. All right, Kyle. Let's talk about Joe Burrow and what he said, because I thought this was fascinating. So we have a whole kind of timeline here. So Joe Burrow in this presser before the Ravens game starts talking. He's doing the joy thing, right? We've talked about this on the show. Jimmy Butler, when players start talking about joy, kind of sounds like they want out. Now, when I initially heard this, it felt more like mental health than I want to play somewhere else. But apparently everyone else took it like Joe Burrow wants to play somewhere else. And we're going to hear from Joe Burrow. Then we're going to hear from Ryan Clark, who references another Bengals quarterback who had a similar thought process. And then we're going to hear from Kurt Warner, who is asked about maybe the Niners being interested. Now, this whole thing has turned into saving Joe Burrow from the Bengals when to be fair, and I love Joe Burrow. I love Joe Shiesty. I do. But he made them pay Jamar Chase. He made them pay T. Higgins. I know the Bengals haven't necessarily done right by him. Terrible O-line. He tears his ACL. He's been very injured. I thought this was about injuries. I thought this was more Andrew Luck-ish. But it sounds like, no, he's just saying that he might want out. So here's Joe Burrow.
No, it certainly doesn't change my desire to win. If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
How much fun are you having right now? Is it difficult to have fun, given the season, what you've been through physically, emotionally, all of it? Is it tough?
Yeah, certainly.
Did you have fun playing? How much of it was fun before? Winning's always fun, but in general, was it as fun before you got hurt? Did you view it that way, at least?
No, I wouldn't say I viewed it that way. I think.
What was the changing point?
Changing point. I'm not sure there was a singular moment or of time. It's just a reflection on a lot of things that I've done and been through in my career. I think I've been through more than most, and certainly not easy on the brain or the body. So just trying to have fun doing it again.
You seem like there's something on your mind, or maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
So first it was Joe Burrow hints at early retirement. That's what I initially saw. Then, and I don't know if people are just wanting a storyline, then it kind of turned into Joe Burrow is laying the groundwork for wanting out of Cincinnati. I don't know, Kyle. When I heard that before I saw everybody else talking, that's not how I heard what Joe was saying. He's saying, what's the equivalent? Playing football is like getting hit by a car every Sunday, and Joe is getting hit by a car a lot because, in part, some of it was, hey, we got to pay my guys, and the O-line ain't right, their defense stinks, and he was getting destroyed, and he's been out a lot. He's got the toe, he had the ACL. So I didn't hear it, Joe wants out of Cincinnati. Is that how you heard it?
No, I didn't hear Joe wants to leave Cincinnati. I think it's just Joe is generally unhappy with life.
Right. I mean, he's been very open. He's been very transparent. So now let's hear from Ryan Clark and how he deduced, and he's not the only one, what Joe Burrow just said. Here it is.
I mean, I agree with you, Mina. Like, why would the Cincinnati Bengals consider trading Joe Burrow at this time when he's everything to you? Probably because you have PTSD, because you had a former number 1 overall pick who wore the exact same number. Stay at home. Carson Palmer said, I'd rather not play football than play for the Cincinnati Bengals. And when Joe Burrow, who at one time was going to buy the Batmobile, sends out this bat signal to all 31 teams, some of them, there's 4 of them that probably would say no to him. When he sends out this bat signal that he's not having fun, it's not a signal that says, I don't enjoy football, or I don't enjoy what it takes to be good at it. I don't enjoy losing. And you are not doing the things that will help me as a quarterback who consistently plays at an MVP level not lose football games. And we could compare him to Andrew Luck if we want. They are different humans. Andrew Luck is like this eccentric brainiac who could do all of these other things, go live in a cave if he wanted to, be somewhere in Switzerland and make some sort of AI machine that saves the world. That's not who Joe Burrow is. Joe Burrow is a football player that is used to winning, a football player that is used to his sacrifice equaling opportunities for success. That's not what he's getting in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I just disagree, right? When Ryan, besides Andrew Luck in a cave making AI technology.
In Switzerland. What is he talking about?
Saying, I heard, he basically said, I didn't hear anything Joe Burrow said as it pertains to his health on the field, things like that. All I heard is he doesn't like losing, when that's just not what I heard. That's not what I heard. I heard he doesn't like losing, but I heard he doesn't like anything right now.
What I heard is there's a lot going on in his life.
And let us not forget, didn't his house get robbed like earlier this year, Joe Burrow?
I mean, yeah, that did happen. And there was the rumors about what may have happened. But
we're not going to get into that. But yeah, I just didn't hear it like that. But let's play the game because we have to play the game. So now it has turned into Joe Burrow wants out of and Jamar Chase was just confused. Jamar Chase thought the interview was AI. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in Cincinnati. All I know is I didn't hear this and think, go get him. Go get him. But you know what? We live in a world where, hey, Joe is saying he doesn't like something. He wants out of there. And now, to close this whole loop, we have Kurt Warner on a Bay Area radio station ask the question, should the Niners trade for Brock Purdy? And on social media, there are mock trades for Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy. I think it's 2 firsts, Brock Purdy, and a player as well. So here is Kurt Warner.
I mean, that's just a tough question. You know, I love Brock, and I think Brock's really good. But I also do believe Joe's better than Brock is and brings more to the table. And so I think, I mean, if that were the case, you probably have 28 teams in the league that say Joe Burrow would be an upgrade at the quarterback spot, not a knock on any of these other guys. They're really good quarterbacks in this league. It's just Joe's one of the special ones. He's shown that time and again. So, but again, I don't know what all that entails for all these different teams. I don't know what that entails, for Joe to even get out of Cincinnati. I just can't imagine Cincinnati letting him go. I mean, I understand if, it was a Carson Palmer and I'm going to retire if you don't trade me type of thing. Okay. But I also think part of, and not that they can't do all of it, but, this offseason, I mean, they went and, they signed Jamar Chase and they signed T. Higgins and so they made some moves and some things that Joe wanted from that standpoint. I think it's also hard to get everything that you want.
Here is the proposed trade from ML Football. The Niners receive Joe Burrow. The Bengals receive Brock Purdy, Alfred Collins, a 2026 first-round pick, and a 2027 first-round pick. Who says no?
The Bengals. Are you kidding me? It's Joe Burrow. Do you think they're going to trade Joe Burrow? No.
But you know what's funny? And this guy is a huge name. This guy's a huge name in the kind of Niners X Twitter space. and I'm just reading some of the comments. Of course, you know what the first comment is from a Niner fan. You know what just guess.
Giving up too much?
Exactly correct. Giving up, I agree. And then he says, I agree. I think the most I'd go is Brock, a first and a third, because the two players aren't that far apart.
Well, I guess if you're making a Brock Purdy point, like Brock's a little bit younger, he doesn't have turf toe, knee injuries, and all the stuff like that.
Brock did have turf toe.
No, that is true.
Brock did have turf toe.
He also got a bum elbow.
And he also has nerve damage.
Yeah. I guess
and we know Joe can throw in the snow because we've seen that one clip of him throwing in the snow with the 360 at least 47,000 times.
It's like, no, this is ridiculous. Like Joe Burrow from Western Ohio, drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals, took the Bengals not only to their first playoff win in 30 years, their first Super Bowl in damn near 40. They are not trading Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is going to be a Bengal for as long as his career lasts. Now, again, based on the clip, whether that's 8 years or 18 years could be up for debate.
Right.
But Joe Burrow is going to be a Cincinnati Bengal for the rest of his career.
I don't know about that, but funny enough, based on this specific trade, I think both teams say no, to be honest with you. I think the Bengals say no, and I think the Niners say no. Because I do think the Niners, if you just paid, that's the argument, Kyle, and that's what a Niners fan would argue, right? If you were an organization that just paid, there's levels to this, but if you are an organization that just paid Brock Purdy $50 million a year, then you should believe that he's not that much different than Joe Burrow. Now, whether you actually believe that or not, by the way, total value of both contracts, Joe Burrow, and I know he got his, maybe a couple years ago. So it's
he got a 5-year deal.
Yeah, so it's not exactly the same because the markets keep changing. Joe Burrow, $275 million. All right. Brock Purdy, $265 million. Joe Burrow, total guaranteed, $219 million. Brock Purdy, total guaranteed, $182.5 million. So to me, if I'm the Niners, if I paid Brock that money, he is not, and that's what Coach Yak is saying, I can't believe that it's Brock Purdy, Alfred Collins, and 2 firsts, that he is Alfred Collins and 2 firsts worse than Joe Burrow, or I never should have paid him.
This is a funny way to phrase it, that he is a Micah Parsons trade worse than Joe Burrow.
I can't do that because everybody would say, well, you never should have paid Brock.
Yeah.
And if you are, so I guess in that regard, maybe the Bengals would say yes, but again, it's those. And I know it's so funny because Brock played at Iowa State. It's not like the weather is great out there. So had to give you that one. Let's keep the conversation going, getting ready for NFL Week 15. Also, somebody is making a return to the NBA floor, and there is a connection to the Kings. We'll tell you who it is when we return. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now is the time before winter is full on in your kitchen to make sure your heat or your furnace is ready. How do you do that? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will get the job done for you like they did for me last winter when our system crashed and burned in the dead of winter. Check them out, leesair.com. Right now, get $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating does it all, and they've been doing it at a high level for 40 years. See how they can help you stay warm and cozy all winter at leesair.com. That's Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
The Bucks started, I believe, 6-1 and are 1-5 since.
And Todd Bowles is pulling a Doug Christie.
How is that?
Because he just F-bombed his players at the post-game presser yesterday.
Oh, my goodness, I missed that.
Oh, you missed that? Yeah. There's 7 F-bombs saying there's no heart, no effort, that you don't deserve to exist, like Doug Christie.
He waited, though. He didn't do it until they were 1-5.
Until you lost to Kirk.
He didn't do it until, by the way, he made Allen Stiles look like a genius because the Panthers are in a position to make the playoffs.
Well, Allen, I don't know if you know this. 2 of the last 3 games, Panthers versus Bucks.
How does that happen?
I don't know. Just it's quirky. Schedule is quirky.
I don't like that. That something stinks with that one.
You had the chance, Allen. You had the chance because you said during our preseason prediction, you know who I like to maybe win the NFC South? The Panthers.
Yeah.
And then you gave up 2 weeks into the season on the bandwagon.
You don't give up.
You said I'm off the bandwagon.
I still get that as a take.
No, you jumped off the bandwagon and you had it right there. You could have been the only person predicting the Panthers to win the NFC South and you bailed.
No, Kyle. It's still there. I still made the take. Okay? Now if they don't make the playoffs, I can say I gave up. I gave up a long time ago. By the way,
that was before Rico.
The easiest question of the day comes at this was sent at 1:25 from the 916. Do you trade Mac Jones for a first? Brother or sister, I will drive Mac Jones to the airport myself.
A first what? Like a...
There is no question. The only reason you don't is, again, you shouldn't have paid Brock. If you say no, then you don't think Brock is very good, or you don't think he's going to be healthy enough. But Mac Jones for a first, that is not a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if it's like one of those, if he plays X number of snaps, then it becomes a first. Otherwise, it's a second. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would consider taking a third-round pick for Mac Jones.
I can't wait to have that conversation during the NFL offseason. All of the QB vacancies, because we're going to have to do it after the draft, because there was another Fernando Mendoza quote about you can't see the stars unless you see other stars, something like that.
Yeah.
And I would say, as much as I do like Fernando Mendoza, if you were losing, I could see it's not a bit, it's who he is, but I could see it getting old, right? Because even Derek Carr at times, Derek Carr was funny because he'd be the classiest version of throwing somebody under the bus that you could find. But even Derek Carr at times, hey man, can you show us a little something, and then he would show up his wide receiver. No, not that. Can you show us something else? So I don't know. The Fernando Mendoza thing, I like him. I want him on the Raiders. I've never heard Dante Moore talk. That's also part of it. I've heard Fernando Mendoza talk all the time. I've never heard Dante Moore talk, the quarterback for the Oregon Ducks who
apparently stole money from Troy Aikman.
Oh, when he was at UCLA?
Yeah, Aikman was like, I will never give to NIL again because somebody took money and then left, and that was Dante. It's Dante Moore is who he's talking about.
Yeah, so never heard him talk. So I guess, I would rather have Fernando Mendoza. I'm just saying, when you're in the midst of a 2-and-whatever season, right, would it maybe kind of get old? Hey, can we dial it back a little bit? It's the Russell Wilson thing. And Russell Wilson's getting ready to gear up, man. He saw people, Jalen Hurts, and people comparing him to Jalen Hurts, and he said, I got to get back on that grind again.
Okay,
so,
can we play the sound real quick?
From Fernando?
Of Fernando?
Sure.
And going back from the journey, it just speaks volumes that, I couldn't have done this by myself. And, I'm shining now, but only because there's so many stars around me. There's an analogy, like, the only reason we're able to see stars in the sky is because the light reflects from all the different types of stars. And I have so many stars around myself, whether it's my teammates, my coaches, my family, the support staff, that I'm able to shine now in this light. And I'm just so happy for, everyone to be a part of this.
Yeah, it's kind of Tim Tebow-y. And Tim Tebow, they struggled and they made it to the play. He saw some failures. He saw some success. And I don't know that the team or I know he was polarizing too. There were some people that got tired of it as well. I'd be curious how things did go at Cal, because obviously they weren't in the college football playoff. They weren't having this level of success. If you choose to leave somewhere, obviously you're probably getting cashed out nowadays, but if you choose to leave somewhere, there's some level of it not working out, or you're just taking a better opportunity. So yeah, I wonder how it went at Cal with this style, because he's been so successful at Indiana. It's different when you're essentially the Heisman favorite. He's a Heisman finalist, and you're the number one team in the nation. You love it. You come to Vegas and you're getting trounced by the Chiefs. It's just going to take a transition. Of course, I would do it. Like I said, I want him over Dante Moore, and I want him bad, but I could see some fans getting tired and seeing it maybe as a shtick, where it's clearly who he is. But I'm the same guy who thought, nobody thought Tim Tebow was a shtick. A lot of people think that Russell Wilson is a shtick because he's been different people. But I always thought Russell Wilson, he might be kind of a cornball, if you will. But I do think I think it's worse when he tried to uncornball himself. When he's just himself, which is also kind of corny. I've been called corny before too. I didn't really get bothered by him. But then again, Russell saw a lot of success. When he got to Denver, let's ride, that's when people said enough. right? Enough with the corniness. We're done. And he did the Danger Witch, and Subway had to pull the ads. So that's when things, and you can still find on YouTube, that's when things went south. So I'm interested how Fernando's, because who's the last guy we've had like that in the NFL? You have, and Jameis is his own entity, but you have Russell. You had Russell. He's still there, but not really. You had Russell. You had Tim Tebow. Is there another quarterback? You know who's like that, but just doesn't really talk anymore? As I said the words, you like that? It was Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was like that, but not as much as Fernando Mendoza. So I think he would probably just need to tone it down. Watch some Kirk Cousins interviews, and you could be you and do you, but you might need to tone it down just a tad.
Well, it's funny that you say Kirk because he looks like Kirk Cousins is the other thing. Fernando Mendoza does. But here's the thing about football quarterbacks. If you win, the team will adopt, like the fan base will adopt your
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, with Russ, all this stuff came out about Russ and he's fake, and that one dude who said, I went to his Thanksgiving dinner and it was weird. All that stuff came out when Russ started losing.
All of
People thought he was a cornball, but it was acceptable because he was winning.
But remember when all of the Vikings players put the chains on Kirk Cousins after they're winning? Again, the fans and the team will adopt your quirks if it's winning. That's the fun thing about it. Like, the only thing I took away from Fernando Mendoza with the quotes, and again, I'm not saying this disrespectful to the people who were there, but again, UC Davis graduate. But that sounds like a dude that spent 3 years at Berkeley. Like, that's all I'm taking away from the Fernando Mendoza quotes.
What do you mean by that?
It just sounds corny, the stars in the sky.
Look.
It is very Aaron Rodgers-esque.
Look. Berkeley, that's the school that I have a connection to, even though they never called me for baseball, and it still makes me very sad. But Berkeley was one of my dream schools. I love Cal. You will not be talking bad about Cal on my watch.
I'll just say, I'm UC Davis. We're just different degrees of Cal, but all I'm saying is that sounds like a dude that spent a lot of time at Berkeley, and a 22-year-old that spent a lot of time at Berkeley. And by the way,
I don't like the way you're saying that.
But it doesn't matter, because if Mendoza is a franchise quarterback, people will get around it. If J.J. McCarthy wasn't the worst quarterback in the NFL, people would think the 9 thing was endearing.
No, you're right.
But he sucks, and now he's the face of sucking because he's not good.
I saw one with the Detroit Lions offensive line where they made copies of the 9 meme and put all the faces of the Detroit offensive linemen. The J.J. McCarthy thing is insane. It's insane.
Yeah, but again, J.J. McCarthy was the guy who was meditating before national championship games, and he had the silly quotes. Like, J.J. McCarthy could have been Kirk Cousins.
Okay, let's go in the complete opposite direction because I love this conversation. You know who would be next, and he better be careful. This is like the evil twin of Fernando Mendoza in a different direction. This guy better be careful. If Jackson Dart starts losing, he's going to get clowned.
No, but he's the other direction. Instead of corny.
That's what I'm saying.
Uber macho guy.
That's what I'm saying. Like the frat star, all of it. He better be careful because just like Fernando, people would clown him. Jackson Dart, and I know the bling is his sister's and it's fake on purpose, but just the dancing, he will get clowned because he's like the yin to Fernando Mendoza's yang. He's like the equal opposite, and if he starts stinking, him and Scattaboo, I mean, people are already joking them saying they just grunt as a form of communication. If he starts, Scattaboo's different because he's a running back, but if Jackson Dart doesn't play well, he better tone it down, too.
But again, this is the endearing to annoying scale, which I think should be called the Dan Campbell model, because if Dan Campbell stunk, people would think the biting kneecaps and drinking coffees.
Sirianni, too.
Yeah, exactly. Sirianni keeps going back and forth based on who his offensive coordinator is.
Okay, there's a shot at Sirianni. Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the show. And because we got stuck, because Kyle wanted to hear about the stars in the sky and make fun of Fernando Mendoza, my future quarterback, Whitey is going to help us pick these NFL games. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This Sponsor the Clock is brought to you by Light the World Giving Machine.
A
Sacramento tradition continues this year. The Santa Parade, free for all to enjoy, circling Capitol Park beginning at 10 a.m. December 13th, the joy of the holiday season. Santa Claus is coming to Sacramento with the 41st Santa Parade. Join Sactown Sports 1140 December 13th beginning at 10 a.m.
Brought to you in part by Elk Grove Chevrolet, Western Health Advantage, and OK Tire and Automotive.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
I'm with Vince Bloom, the big deal guy at Folsom Lake Dodge. Vince!
Actually, this time of year, you can call me the Holiday Big Deal Guy.
The Holiday Big Deal Guy!
Because during the wrap-up the year sales event at Folsom Lake Dodge, you can save over $18,000 net savings off MSRP on a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4.
I'll take it.
And for a stocking stuffer,
keys to a Jeep,
a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S. Right now, I've got one for only $36,995.
That's why they call you the Big Deal Guy. So over $18,000 off a Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab
and a Jeep Wrangler Sport for only $36,995. But you'll only find these big holiday deals at one place.
That's right, only one place. At Folsom Lake Dodge. In the Folsom Auto Mall.
But online at FolsomLakeDodge.com.
Ram includes 9873 dealer discount plus 8207 in national stackable and holiday bonus cash. Then SN 667196. Cheap includes 4250 dealer discount plus 12750 in bonus national retail loyalty and holiday cash. Must be current owner of SCA vehicle to qualify for loyalty bonus cash. Then SW 543907. See dealer details, expires 1/2/26.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sactown Sports.
Stiles.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Whitey Gleason, what a week.
Yeah.
What a week, man. Woo. We made it, though.
Then Monday, the fun maybe really starts. Maybe.
Now I feel like everyone is trying to calm everyone's expectations, but I'm saying strong, Whitey. I think one move is going to kick things off, and I'll put it to you like this. I don't think it's a bonus to kick things off. I don't think it's Zach LaVine to kick things off. I'll stop there. And I don't think it's DeMar DeRozan either to kick things off.
Okay.
I don't think. It could happen, but
Did you say yesterday the birds are tweeting? Or
birds
something?
are chirping.
Birds are chirping. Yeah.
Birds are chirping, you know, and they're going to chirp, Whitey. I'll tell you that much. But, last night, how did you feel? I don't know how much you heard today, but I was fighting with some texters and some fans that were trying to downplay what Devin Carter did because it's at the end of the game. And I just said, you know what? If you want to be the Grinch, you can be the Grinch. But it just, what's the point of that, right?
Yeah. I did listen today. I didn't watch. So this was a coincidence.
No, you saw I was wearing this.
No, I did not
and
watch.
You're searching through your closet to wear the same thing.
No,
you're
I
like,
did
this is gonna annoy Allen, so I'm gonna wear the same thing. And you're right, it does.
Okay,
but we look good.
With Devin Carter, at this point, it's pretty clear if he does anything good, remotely good, it's like, all right, yeah. So you can downplay it, but that's where he is right now. He does anything well, especially shooting the ball.
Yeah.
Garbage time or not, it's like that's still a good thing.
The 3-point line is the same.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'd argue he'd get the same type of space with the starters because they would say, prove that you can shoot, right? I don't think it would be any different. Let me go a little deeper with you, Whitey. I don't know if it's tinfoil hat or not, but I've said this before. I think Kings fans are almost predisposed to not liking Devin Carter because he represents the previous regime. And, of course, when he was taken, a lot of people, like myself, wanted a Khalil Ware or wanted even a Dalton Connect, somebody that was 6'6", 6'7", even taller than that. And they ended up getting a 6'2" guard moving off of Davion. Then it turned out that he had a shoulder injury, which to this day, we still don't know if Mighty McNair knew or not. I feel like the Devin Carter venom is even subconsciously to some fans is because he represents the previous regime.
I think there's two sides to it. That's one. And to that point, we looked this up. I don't know if you heard us last week, or I think it was about last week. You look at that whole draft. And everybody drafted rounds 1 and 2. He has like the third lowest points per game of anybody drafted. Anybody. First round, second round. Because he never plays. His average is like 4.2. So I know it's misleading, but you look at everybody drafted, he's way down at the bottom. So I understand why people look at it and go, really? But I also think people, because
look at their minutes, though.
Yeah, exactly. I know. But he hasn't earned the minutes. Of course, he's been hurt. The other thing I think is that now, as everyone is starting to pivot towards the realization that this might be rough sledding for a while, I think a lot of fans are guarding against that. Oh, look at that. They lost by 50, but so-and-so scored 9 points.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, so I think you can talk about Devin Carter playing well without going, ooh, well, he's going to be an all-star someday. No, it's nice that he had a nice game.
Even if you don't think Devin Carter is going to be a part of the future, you still could say, hey, anything he does well adds to his trade value. You could argue that. So there's no reason to, like I said, some people are just kind of annoyed as to where the Kings are at, and I get it.
Right.
But, for as much as I'll get on Kyle Draper for sometimes being too optimistic.
He mentioned my name last night, so he's.
I saw that. I saw that. So he's good. He's good with you.
Of course, he never did that when he worked here.
Right.
But anyway,
it does get to a point where it's, hey guys, doesn't it feel good to say something positive?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And people, no, it was against bums. So shut up.
This team doesn't deserve anything positive from me. I could see fans.
There you go.
That way.
All right, Kyle. It is the end of the Dirty 30. And we have to get to some of our NFL picks. Whitey, are you doing NFL picks on your show? Because I don't want to step. You can skip over. Okay, so Whitey, you're going to help us out here. Let's just go winners. Let's not do the points or anything like that.
All right.
Because we're running out of time. It's a big one. And we'll skip over the bad games. It's a big one. Browns at Bears. This is the one that's supposed to be really cold, right? 20 degrees.
So you said we're going to skip over the bad ones and went Browns, Bears.
The Bears are
meaningful game, huh?
Yeah, meaningful game. Okay, we got the Bears fine. We'll skip over Shador.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Shador in the snow.
Browns just lost to the Titans, so we'll go Bears.
Baltimore at future Niners QB Joe Burrow. Baltimore at Cincinnati.
Ravens better win.
Yeah, if the Ravens don't win, they're done. And I have a feeling they're not going to win. I just think it's a weird. The AFC is going to be a mess in the playoffs. I got the Bengals.
I'm going with future 49er quarterback Joe Burrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this too. They kind of have to fire Harbaugh if they miss the playoffs, right?
Him and Tomlin. I mean, he did it more recently than Tomlin.
So
but
Tomlin doesn't have a quarterback, so Tomlin gets a pass.
He's got what's left of Aaron Rodgers. Chargers at Kyle's Chiefs. All right, this time
I thought they were Kyle's Chargers.
No. All right, this time
it's my Phillip Rivers.
It's the last chance for the Chiefs. This is the week. We just say it every week. I got the Chiefs. The Chargers shouldn't have beat the Eagles. The Eagles beat themselves. I got the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think the short week could be a factor too. for
Alan,
point.
I'm pivoting to tank for a left tackle, so go Chargers.
Okay.
Go
right.
Chargers.
Buffalo at New England. I hope this is the game that I get.
Buffalo, 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 Buffalo.
You think so?
Yeah.
They get their get back.
You know what?
Patriots have some offensive line issues.
I'll go Patriots.
This is when Josh Allen gets hot. And they kind of owe him. It's hard to beat a team twice, yada, yada, yada. Give me the Buffalo Bills. All right, I'll skip over Commanders and the Giants. I'll skip over Raiders at Eagles. Jets at Jaguars.
Kenny Pickett has a chance to do the funniest thing ever, though.
Cardinals at Texans. Green Bay at Denver. Here we go. Green Bay at Denver. I don't know. What's the game of the week? Green Bay at Denver or probably Rams Lions, huh? That's two really good games.
Buffalo, New England.
Buffalo, New England's at 10.
You
That's
said game
early.
of the week.
I meant the afternoon one.
If it helps, Tom Brady's calling Rams Lions.
Okay, so that's the game of the week. Let's start Green Bay, Denver. You know I don't trust Green Bay, especially not on the road. Take the over on Jordan Love picks. Give me Bo Nix, baby.
I'll take the Packers.
I'll take the Broncos. Reluctantly.
Next, Denver, they're giving Denver 2.5. The Packers are favored by 2.5. Give me Denver. Give me Troy Franklin, baby. That's who we like. Lions at Rams. They have Rams -6. Oh, that's disrespectful. Give me the kneecaps. Give me the Lions, Whitey.
Rams are going to roll them.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're going to roll them.
And by the way, you know my favorite wide receiver, Jackson Smith and Jigba. My favorite running back, Gibbs. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Front runner, are you?
I know. I liked him when he was number 2. I liked him when he was
My
number
favorite baseball player, Shohei Ohtani.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
Allen Stiles.
Have you seen Aaron Judge play baseball? I mean, the dude can do it all.
Gibbs, the former top 10 pick who no one saw coming.
No, I don't like the both of you teaming up like this. Carolina, New Orleans, kind of matters. I don't know that we care, but kind of does matter.
Panthers, baby.
Give me my Panthers.
You need the Saints for draft position, Allen.
Titans, Niners. We know the Niners are going to take care of business.
Tony Pollard scares me a little bit.
He used to.
160. He just ran for 160 yards last week.
The Colts at Seahawks. Phillip Rivers. Give me Seattle.
Let's go, Phil.
Yeah.
My guy. I have a Phillip Rivers child small size jersey I will break out this weekend.
How many yards does he throw for? What's the over-under?
I don't know what it is, but I think he's going to be a shade under 200. I think it's supposed to rain out there.
I think he's going to be a shade under 100.
No. Give me my guy, Alec Pierce. He's going to have one bomb to Alec Pierce. Vikings.
Bomb from Phillip Rivers.
Vikings at Cowboys. Do they hide 9 again and just say he's hurt?
No.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad one.
Gotta just get rid of him.
Cowboys. All right. Well, we didn't have time for prop talk, but George Kittle. It's always George Kittle. Always George Kittle. They love him out there.
McCaffrey, 118 total yards.
Okay, Whitey.
Kenny Pickett, yards.
That's enough out of you, Whitey. All right, thank you to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Kyle. Great job this week. As always, it was a heck of a week, and we have another one for you coming up next week. Drive Guys is coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Jay Johnson.
Jerry Reynolds joining us today.
Jerry Reynolds. All right, until Monday, secure the bet. Let it be.
Let it be. Don't forget my podcast.
What's the question, Alan? I don't know what you're referring to.
Beam Man signing off. Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock.